and level 2 was like I had almost couldn't finish my meal. It's
Yeah,
just like
I've gone to level 4 before. Yeah,
respect.
yeah, but, uh, 3 is better than 4. 4, you're sweating.
I was sweating off of 2. Oh, that's crazy. I like almost couldn't
Yeah,
feel
when
my
you start sweating, crazy when you start sweating, your head
Yeah,
just gets tingly.
yeah.
That's kind of what you want with spicy, right? It's like it's almost that it's like a almost euphoric experience that you get when you get to a certain level of spice. Before that, it's just pain, right? After that, also pain.
So there was, what place was it that they called it Chernobyl? Um, what was a restaurant that they called their hot sauce at Chernobyl? It was really good.
Um, Chernobyl. I know Firehouse Subs used to have a sauce that was like you had to sign a waiver and
Oh,
wear gloves, and it's still like it'll seep through the gloves onto your skin. So even that, you're only part protected. I don't know if they still do though. Then this was a firehouse down in Florida specifically, but
yeah, I've been to a firehouse sub, I just don't remember, that specific thing, but
yeah, it was black. It was like the sauce was black. It was like a black oil, and yeah, they weren't. There's a reason why they have you sign that waiver.
thinking of oils, I really like truffle oil, that's really good.
I love some tough oil. I got some chili infused olive oil from Italy
Oh, yeah.
that I'm excited for, and I thought about getting some truffle oil with it and making something with the two, but thought it might be a little too heavy.
If you ever get a chance to go to, the oh, the food and wine, festival, I think it's called the festival, down in Miami. It's wonderful.
Yeah, there's a bunch of really cool. Like I think there's a couple art festivals I want to go to down there as well. Um, I've heard good things about. One's kind of like the bigger, fancier art, and the other one's more of like an interactive art art thing they do. I think it's like art.
Oh, are you thinking of Sunfest?
No, it's called art something like art with me or something like that is the smaller one, and the bigger one. Oh gosh, that's the difference. Um, I can't remember. I'll look it up. Get back to you on that.
Delray Beach is kind of an area where there's a lot of artistic, things. Okay, so looking at this, we've got liquidity down here, a 117, 150. We also have some up here at 117.8, and then above 118 to 118, 156. And we have our moving averages that we failed on from the top. We fell over them, but now we're coming from underneath. So our move may be up if we can hold this line right that we are, and 117.5 would be a place that I would rather have us stay above if we're gonna move on to the next level. So we'll see if we can close up over that 50 and 200. It would be above this white rectangle here, and we'll go up to this green triangle. So between 117.5 to 118.0, and then we would need to kind of cross the line up past 118.3 and then over 118.5 and 6. That would be the path.
The way those festivals are Art With Me, Art With Me and Art Basel.
Oh, Art Basel, Dbloc talks about that. That's I think he participates in that.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I know that's kind of like the big one. I think it's a Swiss art fair or a festival that
There's
happens
two,
around the world, I believe.
yeah,
Mhm.
there's two main ones. The one in Miami and one in Basel. When I used to work for my mentor in the design firm, we used to go to Art Basel a lot.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it. For sure.
Yeah,
What
I'm
what
sure
you should
Dbloc would
visit
love a
is
conversation with you on that because he gets really excited about that.
yeah. You should also check out like Milano, and it happens around April in springtime. It's really fun. The entire city. So a lot of these stores rent out their space, so all the artists and designers can rent out that store to be their sort of booth. So the entire city becomes like a exhibit. So instead of just
Oh,
so you have the main convention hall, so all the big brands are there, and then around the convention hall, around the city of Milan, are just like these empty stores that designers rent, and they design it, and they throw parties. So like all the designers come, all the really famous artists and designers, they come over, and they go through the entire town. So you could just walk, and every store is different designer, different artists. Yeah, it's
I believe that's
super.
when a lot of fashion designers go in and purchase their fabrics and and so on
Yes, yes,
within the
yes.
season.
So it
Yeah,
happens one week after the other.
yeah.
I like design de mobile because it's mostly industrial designers, product designers. So that's the one I go to. Then after that is Milan Fashion Week.
Fashion Week. Yeah.
Eh, Super fun because like store owners, what they would do so they don't have to go to work because of all the traffic, because like the entire world goes to Milan. They just rent out their spaces, and like designers just create these incredible like experiential spaces. It's
Hmm.
really cool. It's really fun.
I'm sure that is so full of energy there and creativity and
Oh yeah, for sure. The
networking and
energy is
everything.
unmatched, unmatched.
Mhm.
Every day, every night. It's like so every night, like the best designers would host the like really awesome parties, and yeah, and the best parties, of course, are the ones that people talk about the next day, because the parties are also an experience. So it's not just like your typical, meet and greet and just cocktails. Like,
Yeah,
everything
I'm
is
sure they have to have a theme and they
oh
want to
yeah,
outdo the
yeah,
other. Yeah.
it's super fun.
Yeah, I mean, I come from a different world of parties, but I've definitely, I think the after party, right, is always that's like the most intimate. That's where you have the best moments, the best memories,
Oh yeah,
make the
dude.
best
Yeah, for
bonds.
sure. So you have
Yeah,
dinner time. You go to you go to the parties that you want to go to, and you just meet some really awesome people, and those become like your friends for the week. And you guys meet up for after parties after, and
Yep.
that's really it's super fun. You're super fun. You get
It
to
is.
go
It
like,
is. Sorry. I was to say it is really amazing how like human connection works on that level. And like
oh yeah,
that's yeah like
especially if the energy and the interests are the same. So since
yeah
it's design week in Milan, so it's like I'm not I don't have fun during the fashion week because the fashion week is just whoever has the most money. But design week, right? The week before fashion week is a different level. It's just super fun. You just meet like really creative people, engineers, industrial designers and stuff like that. And you just hang, drink, like
yeah
exchange,
that's cool because it's like
collaborate.
it's the people behind all the stuff, right? Not
Oh yeah, no, no,
like
no. It's not
yeah
about the models. It's really the designers
right
and the engineers and the yeah.
yeah
It's an entire team.
that's really cool. I would imagine it's probably a collection of you know quite a few of some of the more intelligent people who also know how to apply their skills, right? And
Oh yeah, for sure.
that's got to be an amazing thing, right?
Well, yeah, the intelligent part, it works during the day because you're mostly at work mode. But after that, it's pretty fun because you get to meet like kindred spirits, the people with the same mindset about creativity, about what's happening around you. It's pretty cool. And you get to
Yeah,
collaborate after. So a lot of the projects that I do after design week really comes from just me hanging out with people.
yeah, it's like
So
freshly inspired, yeah,
yeah, they
and
go,
like
"Oh, I want to use that material. Oh yeah, this is how to do it." Like, and you start collaborating and doing different stuff.
yeah, and it's really important like to let loose too, especially if you work, in an office a lot or stuff like that. Like man, like
Mhm.
I mean, but really for anybody, I think like you that letting loose kind of resets you for what you have ahead of you. You know what I mean? And that's really
Yep,
important. So glad you get
for
to
sure.
experience that.
Yes, especially for designers, that's the difference between designers and artists. Designers, we just have to keep hammering on designs. It's so like the design firm I used to work for, we're the ones designing all the Nobu restaurants around the world. So you see those beautiful weaves
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
I know your
We
designs.
designed for the Rockefeller Group. Yeah, yeah, Robert De Niro and his
Yeah,
group for the
yeah,
Nobu
yeah, yeah.
restaurants. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
We've
good
been
old
designing
Bob.
them for the past 10, 15 years. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you guys do amazing work. I've actually that's man, I've looked at your company's website because when I first started working at Nobu, I was like, my restaurant was a little bit more subtle because it's DC. It was kind of like designed to I think to be a little more humble, a little more quiet, right? But like looking at you guys' designs around the world, it was absolutely amazing stuff. You guys do great work, did great work, or do great work, whichever. But
Robert,
yeah,
Ro- Robert, Robert is a big fan of my mentor's work. So every Nobu is designed by our design studio.
yeah. So I think I know your
So
mentor then,
we kind of specialize in like
or not
using
know
natural
your mentor.
materials. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I know who your mentor is there. That's amazing, man. That's yeah.
Oh,
You guys,
it's good that you know
what?
him.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah. I was curious because I'd never worked in a restaurant like that before that, and man, it kind of like really inspired. It inspired a lot of like changes in my life as well, right? And like
Oh, for sure,
that's
for sure.
I'm big like a restaurant is the food, but like I think environment is equally as important, whether it's overstated or understated, it doesn't really matter. The environment's equally important as well as the service, right? You
Yep.
need all of those things to kind of to work in concert with each other to make it make sense, especially when you're talking about high plate costs, So
Oh, for sure, for sure. Yeah, it's a very It's a very different industry. You have to be very careful. You have to be very concise. It has to be perfect. And but I think the beautiful part about design and art and creativity is like when you travel and you see, because of course you derive your creativity from what your own wisdom from what you've seen over the years, right? So when you travel and you see different methods and different mediums and it does open you up like okay, so this is how it's done there. It's like, especially the Italians, right? The Italians and the way they work with leather, the way they work with wood is it's barn like they're the best guys in Florence.
Yeah, so it's got to be like pretty crazy or pretty intense, right? Doing
Oh
designs
yeah,
of that level, because
design
you're not
design
just
is the
meeting the
most
standards of
heartbreaking
the
industry in the world, man. Like
yeah
we would make about like we would design 10 to 12 collections a year. And the thing is,
yeah
you can't sell right away. You have to travel with your collections, right? You have to go to all the
mm,
design fairs and wait for all the agents to go like, okay, this is gonna work in Europe, this is gonna work in Latin America. And of the 12 collections that you made, which is really nice, you end up with like 2 or 3 collections that have been given a thumbs up. So like
yeah.
every
Well,
year you get a no for most of the designs that you made.
is somebody trying to give TA? I'm sorry if okay, but yeah. Imagine it takes probably a lot of study too, just to like really find the inspiration from that place to put into that collection or that project. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Um, it's not just about like form. You gotta master everything, even the material that's being used, the engineering, because people sometimes forget that good design has really good engineering. And engineering lowers the cost, make sure it's stable, make sure it's actually something that people can use. So it's not just like how it looks, right?
Go back to the car. You talking about architecture?
Design, industrial design. So we design everything like interiors, experiences. We designed a car. Um, yeah, it was in the Mercedes Museum for after the Milan Fair because we made the entire car out of it was a woven car. Yeah.
Damn, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's fun,
Yeah.
but it's tedious. It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, there's like different schools of thought too, right? Like because there's kind of it seems like your mentor he seems to be kind of uh very well balanced. I would say like
Yeah.
he's critically
He's one
aware
of
of
the
kind of the
he's one of
space
the
and location, um,
Yep,
the materials, the importance of those materials, right? And
yep.
but also like kind of elegantly blending that into something functional but aesthetically pleasing as well. That's
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
hats
a
off to
product.
him.
He's yeah. It's rare for a designer to also have a business acumen, and he has that because usually designers don't have that. That's why very
Oh,
rarely designers
he- he's
do
like one
well.
of the top designers in the world, is he not?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
From
He is.
the little I know, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah, he
so
is.
yeah, hats off. Yeah, that is rare. I think that's rare in with any whether it's engineering, any sort of like skill set. You can master skill set, but to be able
Because
to
as a
apply that
designer, you
skill
have
set
you
into a
have to know
business.
all of that. Yeah, you have to know all of that. You have to know how to be an engineer. You have to know how to be a designer. You have to know fabrics. You have to know so many different things. That's the main difference between art and design because art is just self-expression, right? Like you put yourself into the piece that you're
Hmm.
creating, and that's it. Like it's either you like it or you don't, but this is the expressive nature of what I'm trying to create. In design, I have to make a product that you will like, that you will buy and pay money for, and that is actually of use.
Well,
So I have to think of
yeah,
of
yeah.
of the
I would say,
client
I
and
would
then
say,
add
I would say. some of the most interesting artists have a little bit of that to it, right? Like whether it's music, like because music, yeah, anybody can be a musician, but like if you're, a sound engineer, that if you
Oh, for
if you design your own sounds, right, you do have
for
to
sure.
kind of have a little more of an in-depth understanding of frequencies and sort of I call it like your musical palette, right?
Oh yeah.
There
Yeah.
there's but I would say that is not the same as like a professional designer like yourself,
You know, like
that
for
that to
as a
to
DJ,
turn
like
that
being
out.
a sound
Yeah,
engineer gives you longevity. Like look at
right.
Dr. Dre. The reason why he's still around is because he knows every facet. He knows the business, he knows how to work the studio, and he knows how to be a musician.
Right.
You
Well,
know?
that's sort of like the most prolific
Yeah.
artists are the ones, what you don't see is how much they do in the background as well. Right. And that's I think the difference, you anybody can have, well, not anybody, but if the right things go into the right place at the right time, right? Anybody can kind of have that
Oh yeah.
breakaway album, but like to sustain yourself over time and to understand how to evolve, like that stuff, not everybody has that, and that's just natural, right? But I mean, but I would still say like it's still different because I feel like you can sort of have a bad album, right, and come back from that. I don't know if that's quite the same within
No,
within
no,
your
no,
realm,
no,
right?
no. In the world of design, it's very cutthroat. So if you have a bad slate, you're done. Imagine doing that level of design for over 20 years. You have to be that good.
Yeah, I mean, like it could, because those things are a little more like not necessarily permanent installations, but enough of it is permanent installations, and like it, people see it, right? It's hard enough to get, I'm sure, hard enough to get your name out there as a designer, but like um but to maintain that reputation. Now I will say, like, I think artists have that in the sense of like the ones that are really public figures. There is a bit of that, like you are constantly competing with what you've done before, and that can be a really like a hard pressure, right? Like I know that can be hard on the mentality or the on the mind,
It's
right? So
difficult.
uh,
It's very difficult. It's a very different industry. You know,
yeah,
it's a very different
absolutely.
level of competition as well.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Well, and I think the metrics of your competition are yeah, it's pretty insane, honestly. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
respect to
yeah.
you, man.
So what you got to do is you got to look for something that makes you stand out. You know, you can't just go like, oh, okay, the Italians do it well. I'll just copy them. Then no one's gonna remember you, right?
Yeah, yeah, I think it's kind of because like in a lot of business, right? I think like you can sort of do that. You can sort of like find a method that already works and kind of copy and deploy that method and be successful for long enough, right? But also, I think you could say that in most businesses, I think the more you are able to stand out and set yourself aside from other products or services of a similar nature, the higher you're going to rise. Um, However, like there are people, and I'm sure this is true in the realm of design as well, right? Like there are companies that they just do kind of base level stuff, right? And that's all they
Yeah, yeah,
do, and they're fine with that. Um,
yeah.
but I think the acumen that it takes to like kind of
To be
rise above and then stay at that elevated level, or continue to push the the line, right?
mm,
That's a powerful thing. So yeah,
yeah, yeah.
congrats.
Thanks, man. It's fun. It's my first love, uh, design and photography. Like But yeah, it works in. I think it works in a lot of different things. Like even here when we trade, right? It's one thing to have a bag to trade with. It's another to do what Dbloc's doing. You know, the different things that are not directly related to crypto, but he finds different data within different industries that actually help out his trades. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I guess you could equate that a lot, like what you were talking about with design. That's you could equate that to having an edge, right? Or like developing your edge is
Yeah. And
you know,
Dbloc
kind
being
of
an
what.
artist, him think out of the box. You know, it allows him to not just like look at indicators and this is basically what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, yeah. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I'm always
That's why
impressed with.
I kind of felt it like when I first found the community and I saw what D-Block was doing. I was somewhat an okay trader, but like when I saw what he was doing, I was like, "Oh my God, this is what I was missing. This is what makes sense. It makes sense all of a sudden. It takes away a lot of the guessing. Like why does it do this? Why does it do that?" And he made it a thesis for himself. It was very impressive.
Yeah, it's like it's definitely like you know you anybody can get something from this, but it is like a masterclass in thesis on and you know it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, it
To
is.
especially to get this for free is like absolutely insane. I don't think you see that in any other. I mean, it's not just in trading, but like there's not very many places for any industry or any, you know, uh, profitable skill, right? That
Yeah.
you have this that people that will willingly and openly do this. That's the
Hmm.
value is insane, and then you know to not pay for it.
But also
That's
don't forget the so it's one thing to trade, right? And to trade really well. But like D Block also has what we call principle and values. And that's really important. And what kind of trader do you want to become? Do you know what I mean? Because like I've met so many different kinds of traders over the years and different communities and it's really good when you have principles and etiquette and certain things as a trader, especially with the high level of emotion that we go through and the things that we see in the chart, the things that we know about the world that most people don't,
yeah.
and D Block keeps that intact, and it's really impressive.
Yeah, I think that the thing that originally like subconsciously, you know, uh told me that this was the right place because I didn't really know anything about trading, right? But I know what I know what it feels like to hype up emotions or to, you know, like when people are trying to sell you something. I know what that feels like, right?
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
it was like
Oh yeah,
that wasn't here and it was the calm. It was that like the storm was happening and price was falling. And you know, I was like, that's why I found this place. I was like, oh man, like, you know, should I get out of my Bitcoin trade or should I stay in? You know, whatever. And it was just the level of calm and rationale. You know, and
not
like
personally.
I don't think I don't you don't really see that a lot, especially when it comes to media surrounding trading, right?
No, you don't. You absolutely do not see that. There's no such thing. Like
This is a good community here. I've been in the market since 2013, and this is my second day here. This is a really good community.
nice. Yeah, I
Right
found
on,
it out.
welcome, man.
I was so impressed. I've been part of different communities. It's just different. I like structure. I like the fact that the community has structure and discipline and yeah, and there's a lot of principle involved. It's important.
Yeah, I think about it all the like it's like man, I want there's a lot of my friends that I don't necessarily want them trading because like I don't I'm a little worried about what they would do, but like
Yeah.
it's like I want them to want to trade so that I can tell them about this community. Because it's like you can sharpen like so many skill sets through like even external skill sets, right? Just through applying a lot of the lessons learned here about trading, right? So
Look at these guys.
sorry, I couldn't hear you, brother. You're a bit quiet
Yeah,
right now.
no, I'm waiting for the retest. I want to add more. I put half of the bag, for my long on Bitcoin. It's now doing a retest of that bounce. So I'm just waiting for the retest to be successful so I could add more. And then put my sell order on top of that weekend, and then I'm gonna go to bed. I want to go to sleep.
Earlier, you guys were talking about a conference in Italy. I attended a conference in New York City, and it was called
Mm.
NFT NYC, and it was exactly like what you described, but it was the crypto community, and it was so
Oh, really?
cool.
They do
Yeah, there was
that?
like after parties, and like Solana like
Yeah.
had different projects that were
Yep.
hosting it, and like different
Yep.
warehouses, and Bored Ape Yacht Club had one. Like it was a really
Yeah,
cool
they would
thing to be a
rent
part
different
of.
places around the city, right? So the entire city becomes like the convention hall is not just a convention hall, the entire city becomes a convention hall.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
correct. Yeah.
Yeah,
that
super
sounds really
fun.
cool. I'd love to attend
And
a, a crypto
NYNFT,
event.
doesn't that happen every year? I want to go to those
So
events, man.
so I was invited by my buddy who is he's the basically the creator and owner of like sixth most popular meme coin on Sui called Axel. And he invited me, like gave me like a public like open invitation. Then he gave me like this wristband, and I had no idea what it was. So I flew to
Yeah.
New York City, and then I had like pretty optimistic attitude, but I had no idea what I was walking into. I was meeting like the owner of Solana, the owner of Sui, like having
That's so
conversations with
cool.
like Justin's son. Like it was really crazy, right? Like way over my head. But I got
Yeah,
to
tell
see
Justin
the true
he owes
community.
me
The crypto community is so strong just outside of the screens, you know? And I
Yeah,
guess
yeah,
like that Bitcoin
for
conference
sure.
that just happened proved that, but there's a lot of conferences in Dubai that happen, and there was one in Portugal and Lisbon.
I attended
So
the one in Singapore. That was fun.
I was
Solana.
there. Yeah, I live in Thailand, so I was at the one in
Okay.
Singapore. I was at the same
Yeah,
one
yeah,
as
yeah.
you.
I'm in the Philippines. But I went to the one in Singapore because I went with my group.
Nice,
Yeah.
man.
So 'cause I used to be in the trenches, so like, uh, so we attended that, and it was pretty fun. It was like a couple days of drinking.
Yeah, not chilling, but I definitely did actually did pretty well with your buddy's token yesterday.
That
So
token,
Oh
yeah,
yeah, there you
yeah,
go.
yeah,
You know,
that
he
was
he
one of my
also he
successful.
co-founded Myro on Solana.
yeah. Those guys, yeah, yeah,
Oh,
the guys from
interesting.
Euro. Yeah, that's really
Yeah,
cool.
he was the leading voice on Myro, and then he made Axel, and then he got in with Lofi, and now him and Lofi are just powerhouses. Lofi's
Oh yeah,
so
dude.
crazy.
Like, yeah, Lofi can do whatever he wants, and it'll sell.
Yeah, he's good friends with Eisenhower. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like I love the crypto community, and when I found this, I was just randomly searching on YouTube for Bitcoin Live, just something, because we just started hitting all time high, and I saw this
Exactly what I did.
D-Block thing. Bro, I
Exactly
don't
what I
know. Like
did.
I just I don't know. The universe brought me here, but like I've been listening to this for almost 8 hours now while I'm doing other things in the background, and like it's a pretty good community. I'm pretty impressed so far.
Solid. It's pretty solid. Even the mods are
Yeah,
solid. Like,
this is great. Yeah,
yeah. So
I'm
it's
just
not
happy to
just
be
like
here, man.
hype, all hype, but like, okay, go make your money, go do this. Not none of that. Yeah, it's pretty sound, and we make sure we have our sources right. Yeah. Totally changed the way I trade.
Yeah, I don't think I would be a trader without this community. I would have just stuck to kind of trying to invest with some knowledge, but like yeah, my diversity in tools has increased like exponentially in the last 5 months. So
Mm-hmm. And the things that you know now, right? Like how you treat information from politics and global events, how you treat that kind of information, that data. It's very different now.
Yeah, absolutely. How I view everything is different, right? Like I've sort of, I'm starting to get the like a trader's lens is what I would call it, right? It's just like that.
Mhm.
Like it's a lot. There's a lot more neutrality in my view of things now. I think, which is it's very beneficial, just in general, right? Kind of to being realistic about things. So
Yeah, it's good to see through the traps, to see where all that liquidity lies and try not to be a part of that liquidity, make your move after the liquidity gets swept. And he really explains it well.
yeah, I definitely spent a bit of time early on being that liquidity, but it's always because was like I started to figure things out, and then I thought I knew, right? And so
Mhm.
quickly I got humbled, but like I'm really starting to get like a hold on this thing, and actually being profitable and repeatable. Yeah. So
We've all been there, man. You have to just kind of stick with it, have time in the market, and you'll just see it over and over again. Just pattern recognition at the end of the day.
oh yeah, I definitely. It's funny, like it's like my motivations have changed completely too. Because like I used to love doing this, that, or the other. And it's like now I love when I'm off work and I get to look at. Yeah, it's almost become. I'd say like it's a passion on the verge of obsession, you know. But it's one I'm comfortable with because it's actually affecting my financial my financial health, right? So.
God bless you, my brother. That's amazing.
Hey, cheers. Glad to have you, man. Stick around,
Well,
you
I'm
know.
gonna I'm gonna sign off, gentlemen. It's 7:30 a.m. here in Thailand, and I want to go on a jet ski, so I got to go prepare all my shit. It's been
Yeah,
real.
good,
Good 8
good, good.
hours.
Have a good one, bro.
Enjoy that. Yeah, enjoy
Yeah,
the
cheers.
waves, man.
Thanks, man.
Cheers.
Yo, Ghost, I don't know if it's gonna come back for that full retest, man.
Not all the way. Just like
I've got another
maybe
order, but it's
point
like
five, like 0.5 of this mini trend. So like if I was to measure that, like at least half of that.
kind of got a triangle drawn.
Just
This
don't
one.
just don't over leverage, and you can just like but actually you could put the long now and just like leave it and just set the target for the top of the weekend trap. I just want to see what the next couple 5 minute candles want to do. If it wants to do a higher low now, or it wants to go to at least 117,330, then then I'll put in my order. It's small leverage anyway, so I just don't want to get stopped.
Yeah, I've been getting stopped like a lot lately, so I think I'm just gonna stick
Yo,
to.
you know how I've been taking profit lately? Being
Yeah,
stopped. Stopped in profit.
yeah, that's always good.
Oh man. Ugh. I hate it though. Like
So lower high, higher low.
yep. Now I'm just waiting for a proper retest bounce.
Yeah, 115
Wait,
too. Like I really feel like
yeah.
it should hit down there at some point. And
Yeah, but we're in a weekend trap, so we're just probably
yeah,
gonna swim it and
I don't think we're
deblock
doing
through
anything
it.
major until next week.
Yeah. I think deblock drew what we're gonna be doing right after the weekend. Next week's going to be interesting for sure. It's going to be a very important week. So no sleep again for us next week.
I don't know, man. I might have to take a break.
Hey, it's for one cycle. We do this right this cycle. We're gonna be good. Come on.
I mean, I already have my spot bags. All I really want to do is just buy some more
There you
spot.
go. That's the retest I was looking for. You see it now? Come on, lower.
For the 200 EMA again, or like I'm looking for it to take that back. I've got an order at the bottom of that back.
Yeah, it doesn't really have to kiss the 200. As long as it gives me an engulfing, then I can get in and set my sell orders at the top of the weekend trap.
I've also
Put my stop loss below the 200
yeah, I've got to stop.
and go to bed. I'm so tired.
I got to stop below the trap in case things go haywire.
Yeah. Because I want to put some I want to open up some longs on some big caps. Since we're in this price range, I noticed like the big caps have more life in them. Like more people are jumping in, so I think I'm gonna do some longs on Sol, Sui, and ETH when Bitcoin bounces. So I can have a 4-trade long when I go to bed. Come on. There you go. Yeah, my trade's in.
Yeah, so I just retested that.
Whoa!
Man.
Whoa! Thank God I had a stop loss on that order. That was crazy.
That might just have been a liquidity sweep though. Hold on.
Yeah.
The big vector.
Oh my God! Thank God I had a stop loss on
We
that
about to
order.
find out.
If I didn't have a stop loss, oh my God, I would have been wrecked. That was nuts.
Are you like on 500x? Because
Nah, not 500. I'm just on 50.
Robin like it's hot.
But
wow,
the thing is,
it's down
the thing is, if I
0.2%.
didn't have, yeah, if I didn't have a stop loss, then like this doesn't go back into that weekend trap, then that's gonna be painful.
Ooh, what if we haven't started the weekend trap yet? It was just an idea. That's what I was saying. It was too early. It was too small of a weekend trap on the amount of zoom and bonk that we really had. But I see where Dbloc's saying. But I think it could stretch out a little further.
Let's see.
Yeah,
Let's
no-
see.
I wanted to more than anything. But
How's a big dump all of a sudden?
usually he's aiming for 96.
I want to say bullshit, but you know, the point of that Thursday pump was to avoid a weekend trap. A trap in the sense that people got afraid it would pump, so they pumped it a bit earlier than during the weekend.
Zeusy, what are you trying to tell me? That I can't go to sleep right now?
Of course you can.
No, you just told me that
So
the point of that Thursday
the
rally was for the weekend trap to be moved,
or
right?
to
Like so
avoid
we.
getting trapped by a bullish weekend, right?
Okay,
Because
okay.
crypto was lagging behind the stock market indices and all, and
You
having
scared
it
me for a
pumped during a weekend annoys Wall Street, right? So they did it during the week, and they did it during the week when it was closed.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's when the money came, when Wall Street was closed. Maybe it's one like big ETF that rebalances every 6 months or something like that. I don't know. But someone in Wall Street probably bought Bitcoin on market on crypto exchanges. Like maybe they ran out of OTC sellers and they had to buy on our markets. Just a theory.
Yeah, I'm in that wick. Let's go. Get back in there. Get back in that trap.
I was in a little bit ahead of the wick, but then I added to my position on the wick. So
Well, it's going to take a while, but with some patience, you'll probably get a lower low, no, below 1166. Right? I guess we did half of the road there. And same for the upside. With a bit of patience, you'll probably get a higher high too. Well, actually, I don't know. 118 you'll get easily. But 118 is becoming resistance. Tap it once, break it on the second, on the third, confirm resistance. All right? Alts don't care though. Like they
Yeah,
pumped
they were
it
definitely
one.
just trying to take out some logs before that. Before going back to the top of the range. I don't know. I guess it's still too early to say, but it looks like a fake. It looks like it's reclaiming the vector pretty quick too.
Interesting.
I might have to put my stop below the body on that 1 minute though, because it's kind of spooky.
Hmm.
They didn't free the trap shorts.
I'm green. I'm green. I'm printing.
There you
Printing.
go.
Yeah, that was a good entry. Lost 3% before getting in. No, that's fine. We can make up that 3%, no problem.
Hopefully more than that.
Oh yeah, more definitely. If we go all the way to the top of the weekend trap, then that's gonna be that's gonna be good.
How about 30%? Then it was 10 to 1, right? You lost 1, you gained 10. Yeah, what percentage would it be if we went to the top of the we can trap before putting any red candle. The 1 second, 1 minute. Said you're on 50x, right? So it would be even like more like 40%. If we just go back to 118
Mm.
2.
It's a small range, Zusi. So I probably make it's like half a percent to the top of that trap, right? It's like 0.70%. So probably make like 40%, 35% as soon as I get to the top. That's
So
it.
it makes it a very good trade, right? Because
The risk reward is good. Risk to
yeah.
reward's good.
You cut your loss very quickly. 3% on a 50x is like close to 0.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually 0.
I don't know. I mean, like,
It's almost
so
0,
when I
right?
stop loss, I put it profit ratio stop loss. So like just 3% of the bag I was putting in.
Well, good luck.
Oh boy, they got another red candle there.
I'm not worried. Let it feel itself out. I got another bag I could like support this with. 1 minute. Bitcoin's just trying to hurt your feelings, bro.
And on, and on.
Hey, if this trade doesn't work out, I'm gonna go to sleep not thinking about a trade. That's also a win.
Planning on not revenge trading is a good plan.
Yep.
The problem is when Bitcoin bounced from 78 and didn't reverse up to just go back lower. If I hadn't revenge traded that, I wouldn't have got the next dead cat bounce, which I also revenge traded because it also put a lower low, giving you another potential opportunity, right? So that was also a revenge trade. Like sometimes these revenge trades are necessary, actually.
Yeah. I mean, if your conviction is right, the TA is good. It's not really a revenge
Yeah.
trade. You're just trying to make sure you get in that entry that you wanted.
Well, the TA is bullshit, but it fits my plan, so.
Yeah, fits the plan. Correct.
Nice.
Now I just have a bigger position, so I can sell a bigger portion at the top of the trap. Hopefully, we'll see, or I get stopped.
I'm
My
gonna
short
set
does
my
better.
take profit points. All right. Yep. Perfect. Let's go. All right. Good night, boys. See you guys later.
Yeah, brother.
You.
Beautiful tiny little W there. 1 minute.
Right?
I thought you were going to sleep.
I am, but I'm just happy that the TA
You
the
just
week
get
at the bottom was
to watch
So
perfect.
basically, you're staying up till we hit the top.
No. Just want to make sure this green candle closes above the 200.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure that it has enough strength to go over it.
Well, you got your full retest, bro.
And some.
Yeah. Let's hope it doesn't evolve into something bigger. But if it does, I'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm just a little worried about that 200. I just wanted over that 200.
It might just be part of the short farming. That could have been a fake out. Get more shorts to pile in.
That's why buying that falling knife and buying that wick allows you some distance. Come on, Biddy. Stop playing around.
Yeah, come on, Biddy. Hey, come on. You know what you want to do. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't know the drill or something.
There you go.
Yeah, seems to be having trouble with that 200 now. That's not good.
Give it time. Let it keep hammering on it. It'll eventually break.
Come on,
But yeah.
Bitcoin. Get back above daily open. Yeah,
I'm
bitch.
shocked. I'm shocked.
Why?
Why are you shocked?
Yeah, seriously, why are you shocked?
Bitcoin needs some respect, man. It's at 120 and all. Like, oh.
You need some what?
Never
He said
mind, I
we
guess. Never mind.
Respect?
need to respect Bitcoin. It's actually at a great price already.
No, but seriously, I think a downward ABC makes sense on those time, even on those time frames. Right? I don't know. I just wait for the low below 1166, and at that point, people are probably think it's gonna go down. And
Yeah, but I have to hedge against those short liquidations, man, because they're just too scary. Just such a big, scary pool up there. They're
you're
building up
scared
on
it's
the
gonna
bottom
continue
side
to
again, though,
pump.
too. What?
You're scared it's gonna continue to pump.
Yeah.
Maybe Sunday, but before then, I don't know. Doesn't feel that likely. It's just a hunch, though. I have nothing to explain why.
Well, it didn't feel like that before it started pumping either.
I mean, maybe we'll take maybe somebody will buy 3,000 Bitcoin and it will break 120 in a few hours. I don't know. Yeah. It's like $500 million of market buys would pump market cap by 100 times that.
I have to run to the store.
Okay.
Bitcoin and crypto got that little bit of a wick down, huh? Bit of a candle. But it's, yeah, trying to establish that support structure again. Trying to put the brakes on, you know? seeing where it's gonna hold ground.
Damn, actually, that makes so $500 million of market buy would pump total by 50 billion potentially. It's like 100 to 1 the ratio, something like that. Yeah.
How stacked are the order books for Bitcoin? Like in totality across all platforms, it'd be pretty big, wouldn't it? A lot of pressure.
Well, I think you can buy $500 million of Bitcoin during the weekend, and it shouldn't like. Well, you
I
take
mean,
out
quite
120 and
obvious.
that's it.
Quite obviously, the demand was just way too big recently in the last 3 days. The supply couldn't keep it down. It just
The
had to
demand
come
was
up.
big, but also the supply was
Yeah.
thin, right? We had resting orders staying there,
Yeah.
but there were no. It was allowed to pump, right? Like they didn't absorb the
Yeah, they didn't
people.
hold it back. It was just,
Yeah,
the
they let
lid
it.
was let off. I think a lot
Yeah.
of there was a fair bit of ETF inflow as well, apparently. I was
Yes.
reading some article
But
about
also
that.
someone mentioned that it's not the first time we tap 110, 112 area. It's like the fourth or the fifth. So, eventually the level does get weaker, and we created
Yeah.
some patterns below it to support the push. And like, it's not like it just did it on the first attempt, right? We spent
Yeah.
like a month and a half, no, 6-7 weeks, actually 2 months.
Yeah,
From the
I feel
second.
like we earned the right to come up and test
Yeah,
118,000. Yeah.
yeah.
It wasn't
We
like
had World War III
unnatural,
scare.
I don't think. Yeah. Exactly.
It achieved like
It's been
12% down, right?
it's been such a dramatic year so far. Like, wow. So many things
Imagine
happening.
tomorrow they come out and say it's back on.
Oh god, dude.
Well,
the 20s,
so
the 2020s has been a crazy decade so far. It all kicked off with COVID-19, and it just has not been.
it hasn't
Just the
stopped
drama,
since,
man.
right?
Every year's had drama.
So what you said is going
Ups and
to
downs.
happen. Like there will be a bearish news. You know, I don't know when, but we can try to guess and bet, and yeah, maybe 120 is a good level to bet on that. Yeah, I think we can go higher though, like that 130, 135, or somewhere there, before we get a month or two of downward sideways. Try and make it line up with.
Oh my God, you're awesome, bro.
August.
How does this work? I just rub it on my skin?
Well,
Dude, I appreciate you because my elbow is itching, but it's a mosquito bite. I'm pretty. What does it look like?
Yeah,
Does it look
you
like a mosquito
rub
bite?
it,
Yo.
rub it all over your, rub it all over your body, dude. Rub it,
Yeah,
rub,
fuck.
rub it,
All right, I appreciate it. Sorry.
rub it all over your
Got an open
nipples,
mic,
man.
bro. You had a mosquito repellent salesman come up and hit you up.
Gosh, dude, I wish every open mic was like that.
I'm so sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm at work, and we're building bridges, so I had to go on the bottom and do an inspection. And I went
It's
through the base
probably
of
better if you
apparently.
don't explain.
You're all good, man.
But
It's
since
good.
you did,
It's
are
all
you
good.
near like puddles of water that are probably stagnant? That might
Bro,
explain the mosquitoes.
they
Yeah,
love my blood. They
jewelweed,
fucking love my blood.
man. Jewelweed's where it's at for that, brother.
What is that?
Dillweed?
Jewelweed. It's got the little orange flowers and it grows by water, and you can dissolve it in alcohol and make a salve that will help with any itching.
Yeah, so we have this new guy. He's like, I'm like kind of training him. So he has these wipes. It's called IVX, post contact
Nice.
skin cleaner. Yeah, so he's like, I think you walked through poison ivy. You might want these. I'm like, bro, I'm itching. Let me get that. But yeah, my bad,
Nice,
guys.
man.
That's cool, dude.
Hey, bro, we don't come in here to shill poison ivy treatments, okay?
Yeah.
I think I had an embarrassing open mic once. I was like telling my mum off about something. And she was moving my TV back when I was
It
living
happens,
with her.
man.
I was like, oh, sorry, guys. I sound like an asshole now.
I'm usually screaming across the house. I'm going to the gym. I think that was like the worst one I
Like,
had.
Mom, don't touch it. You'll wreck it. Oh, my God, what are you doing?
Hey, Mom, where's
The
my muffin,
meatloaf!
huh?
Oh, I love my mom. Love you, Mom.
How do I change this thing to a different time frame? The aggregator.
Aggregator.
I'm gonna turn
Has
the
anybody ever told
large
you that you're
tree.
aggregating?
Aggravated assault. Aggregated assault. How about that? You ever think of that one?
Negative Ghost Rider. It's the first time.
Is that when you like aggressively buy the dip?
Yeah, probably. Aggregated assault. Yeah.
What's
I'm
large
dying.
5 over $1 million?
Love
Is
the terrible crypto dad jokes that are out there. I'm sure there's many.
Politicians also take vacation during summer, right? So maybe we won't get that bearish news like World War III during summer. Oh, well, just well, no. They're on vacation. Too.
Vacay.
What's Trump doing in August?
You can do liquidations too. That's cool.
He's gonna play golf.
So what kind of Fibonacci retracement levels are we looking at with Bitcoin? Like we haven't.
Oh,
I
you
feel
know.
like we haven't even really done a big retrace, to be honest. Like it's been pretty. We're still up there. We're still way up high.
You don't want to look at
Above
that.
117,000. Like, dude, we were trying to get back to 112. Now we're like resting above 117. That's pretty cool.
Golden Pocket is
For now.
105.
Yeah. Well.
Oh, yeah, after that downward, well, it's not an ABC. They called it WXY. don't ask me why. I don't know what's the difference. For me, it's just a downward ABC. But when the size of the C is equal to the size of the A, it becomes a WXY.
I suck with Elliott wave theory trading.
It's
Like,
not
I'm
Elliott.
no
It's
good at it.
something else. It's not
Isn't
Elliott
it?
actually.
Oh, okay.
No, I don't think so. WXY.
Yeah.
It's the complex correction.
I only know the basic rules around the 5-wave move up, and then you can get an ABC correction after that or something. But that's about it.
Well, you know, it's down move, retrace up, down move of exactly the same size as the previous down move, and you know both of them were like 10% down. We started the second down move a bit lower, so it went a bit lower.
Couple of buys coming through there. Bang. XRP is looking at a little bit of a trendline breakout here.
What do you have your orders set to, Rick, on the aggregator? You have them more towards the large side? Or...
Dude, I have it completely maxed to the large orders, so I only see orders above $1 million.
Okay.
I'm not interested in thousands. Like, I just want the millies.
Can you talk about a liquidation level thing?
No, this is just the orders that have been bought and sold. Like, these have gone through. Like, these are actual executed orders, like people making purchases and sells of Bitcoin.
You can do liquidations too, though.
There is liquidations. It's down.
I thought you were asking what the small limit orders or the large limit orders. I thought you said one of those, but you said too.
All right. Dude, someone sold $30 million worth of Bitcoin all at once on Bybit. That's 255 Bitcoin, just under 256 Bitcoin. All at once in one order, like boom. That's wild. And I tell you what, they didn't sell it into strength. They kind of sold, like caused, I guess, part of the cascade down. Like
they were probably trying to dump it.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, I think there's evidence that the demand is like there's still a huge crowd happy to buy it above 117 here, like holding it up here.
For now.
For now, until big structures break and everyone changes their sentiment, their short-term sentiment.
Well, at least the new daily candle has a wick now, right?
Yeah, that's right. Let me do a bit of daily candle analysis. Let's have a look at that.
Because you know the timing of that mega super dump of 0.3% is after daily open, so now your new daily candle has a wick to the downside, and we're back at the daily open.
Yeah. Just looking at the way Bitcoin behaves after like really cracking out into blue sky, because I feel like this is a very definite like price discovery moment now. Like we're getting actual expansion. And just the way that it's behaved in the past, like in expansions, like you see it took like over a week to get out of this one. There was a consolidation after the presidential election in November. We spent like about a week like chopping around in a range, and then we got another move after that took us to like basically 100K. So that was
Yeah, look at the size of that breakout and the size of the current one. Like, well, it's a mini breakout still.
Yeah,
it pumped 30%.
The recovery off the tariff dump, like that was
6%.
spectacular. If you picked up down here, that was like a really good ride. Very quick too. Like we got that done.
Yeah, but you know, we retested COVID all-time high. That's what tariffs was about. And on my SPY chart, like it was written in big 3 years ago that if one day I saw this chart break above COVID all-time highs and come back down and retest, it would be let's FOMO all in scenario. Like that. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Dude,
Bitcoin
looking
didn't
back,
touch 69, but it came really close, right? And tariffs,
looking
that's
back
what they
on,
achieved. They turned COVID all-time high into support.
looking back on the bear market low and just where we are right now, there's so much like beautiful structure, like support resistance rechecks and like macro retests, and it has it all. Like really
Yeah.
big macro patterns that you could have positioned for. It's got it all. It's really nice.
Yeah, and if we get into a real crisis in 2026-7, whenever, if it ever happens, that's when you're gonna, potentially expect that to break, right?
Yeah, you would get some macro patterns that point downwards, like bear flags, that kind of thing. Yeah.
But it depends. If
what's
it's a
interesting?
monetary crisis, there's no reason to do that, right? Because it depends on why.
Yeah, I've seen a few analysts pull up this little feature. Is that there was the 2017 all-time high, the 2021 like double top, which kind of links up with that on a line, and then we had the 2024 high, which touched that like to the dollar, like to very close. And now people were worried
Whoa,
that
it
it
just
was
lit
going to
up.
threaten the
Oh my god.
progress.
Let's go,
Oh,
gang,
yeah.
gang. Sheesh.
Let's go. Because look, we've now bust through that line now to the upside. Like that's been
Stop
in
waking
place
me
since
up.
2017.
Stop making me excited.
Well, yeah, it's
My
cool,
bad,
man.
dog.
We've still got
I
just
can
under
hear you
2
guys
days.
inside of my bed.
This will be a very strong weekly close if we can hold
Doge is
around this
not going
neighborhood.
to the moon.
Not yet. Not yet. Not
It's
yet.
going
It'll
far.
happen. I feel like it's gonna get there.
Hopefully,
Give it time.
hopefully
Yo, if
not
I
yet.
can, let me just give a quick shout out to my boy XLM, man. Hey, man, it's been a rough road, but dog, we back, cuz we back. Shit.
It did really well yesterday. Yeah.
Gang, gang.
It's up like 27%.
I need food.
It's always up, you know what I mean? Except when it's down.
So not to cause FOMO or any decision making, but who positioned in this pullback that we've just had over the last 6 hours?
I took Sol.
Build up any longs? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Gang,
have a
gang.
long.
Any
I've
new
got
longs?
got
Yeah.
quite a few.
Yeah, I got longs on big caps and Bitcoin.
Added ETH, XRP, Solana, and Bitcoin.
Solana,
mean-
ETH, SWI, X.
And then Hyper
I'm skipping.
USDT. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut through everyone. I mean Alpha, Bitcoin Cash, BTC, Kudis, ETH, Hyper USDT, Pingu, Pump BTC, and Say right now, and Voxel.
That's a lot of trades.
Damn,
And
my
yeah.
man's long in the whole market.
Yeah, I'm
Wait,
trying to figure out kind of while
See,
we're in the
okay.
state, which ones are gonna perform better.
You guys want me to start
Yo, you
my
want a
list?
fun fact about what you just did?
Yo, look at that black
So,
tape there.
that if you
yeah.
actually take the margins you put on all those trades and put it in the coins that you know that's just gonna haul ass, like the big caps right now, you're practically just gonna make the same amount of money, but you just have less coins to watch.
Well, so I have like most of my margin is in Bitcoin right now, and then I'll just have like $1 here, $1 there. I'm doing this experimentally to see which ones are going to
Yeah,
perform
yeah.
best for me. You know,
Yeah,
at the
because you want to
slowing margin
speculate
level.
and see performance.
Bro.
Yeah, I get you.
I'm in
I get you.
XLM and BTC. Sorry, dude. My boy XLM, dog. It's a dog, bro. My dog
Yo,
XLM is being a dog
XLM,
right now, cuz.
XLM is showing up.
Let's go.
XLM is showing up. It is showing up. It's
I
pissing
gotta
me off.
say,
I actually moved it up to my more important watch list. It used to be
dude,
in my secondary one.
I have been
Now
buying
it's
this
up
for
there.
7 months straight for this moment, dog.
Oh,
Oh
good
my
work, bro.
god.
I
Nice.
gotta say, Dogecoin and also XLM still very good value. If you look at the macro, like the big scene,
Exactly.
they haven't even come up yet, really, in a big way. You had a bit of a
Let's go.
taste back in late last year, like in November, you had Dogecoin almost getting to 50 cents, but dude, it's down at 20 cents. That's cheap in the big picture, I think. That's pretty. It's not
XLM
bad.
was at 20 cents like 2 weeks ago, and it touched 40 today. What up?
Yeah, that's pretty good. Damn.
That's
Yeah,
true
yeah,
for
yeah.
every alt, except maybe BNB and a few, but it's overall true for most
Yeah.
alts. It's true for ETH.
Yep.
We
I
got
got a
at
measured
4K,
move on
right?
XLM to like 47 cents, I think, and one to like 74. But I actually
Nice.
got out of it all today at the top and was able to buy at basically the bottom of today
Nice.
anyway. My bags were so light, and I was like scared, and then it finally came down. Trusted my gut, bought back, and it's going up, baby. It's like okay, I'm doing something right today.
Yeah, that dude, I'm just zoomed out on XLM right now, and that is a very nice move. Yeah, very cool. But man, that move in November that took it up like almost 600% from the low, like
Yeah,
that's
bro. The thing was, it was the
good
last
one.
one to pop, so all the cryptos went crazy. I was like, crap. And then I went and looked at XLM, and I'm like, no way. The only one that hadn't blown yet is freaking XLM. I put everything I
Yeah.
had into it, and then the next day it went. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, that's cool. Wow.
Actually, after everything went, from the election day to 30 days later, the 30-day top gainer was XLM on
Nice.
crypto market cap. Yeah. Sorry about the XLM joy, but God, thank you, Jesus.
Hey man,
Oh, go
it's
ahead.
cool to have a moment. It's cool to have a moment of you got to celebrate these things.
Dude, you're really not kidding, man.
Yeah, as long as you lock back in and come back to earth.
I'm doing that right now, right now, because I'm like taking profits right now.
Yeah. Dude, last night, Ghost, when we were talking about, oh man, like consider taking some I just took it all out in the high. It was great. And now I'm repositioned in it. And it's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's
Because I
beautiful.
would have just selling into strength like that in a big way was just it's good. It is good.
Feels good, right?
It
After all
beats,
this time.
yeah. It feels like better in like knowing that it retraced the way it did back to, under 270 on XRP. Like that was I just need to do that more often. I need to make that my norm, my normal kind of, behavior.
Mm.
Easier
Bro,
said than
it
done.
is still climbing.
Yo, look at Sweet, man. Sweet wants to get out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, the top 16, they all look really cool.
Yeah, Sui was down like 2 or 3% when all this was getting ready to move, and I think it's going to have a good move today.
Nuke up or down.
I think up.
Yeah. I don't know.
I see up. At least
we
until we
used
get to the
to
top of the trap. I'm kind of like I'm playing carefully because I'm not exactly sure how they're going to react today. If we hit the trap and bounce back, I feel like I don't think it's going to be like the other day coming up.
we used to
Or
say the word
even
nuke for a dump back in like the 2018 days and 2019. Oh man, it just got nuked, because it gets the destruction. But I know what you mean, like a big rocket, right? Or just a big move. Is that what you mean?
yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't know if I don't know how alts are going to react. I mean, like I feel like yesterday, the last couple of days, it's just been like the craziest with dominance and ETH BTC being at the levels that it was. But I don't know if we have the same kind of criteria. So I don't know if we're gonna. I think a lot of alts are gonna move, as BTC goes up. But I don't know if we're gonna get the same level of pump, especially if we bounce back at the top.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And this trap plays out.
Yeah.
I think it's time for BTC to be done and money to funnel into alts. We don't need Bitcoin to continue rising, no? Do we? If it could just go sideways, then naturally alts should continue, no? People are gonna FOMO. I mean, they kind of already did, but you know, for this weekend at least, like we don't really need Bitcoin to continue upward.
I'm definitely, I tell you what, after taking that profit on XRP last night, like, you know, hours ago, I'm not going as risky now. Now that I've got, you know, a lot of that money back that was damaged in the tariff stuff, because I got bruised up with that tariff stuff with positions, man. I was like, damn. So it was good. It's good to get it back. And now I just need to be more defensive, you know, and not be so risky with it.
Oh.
And that'll just to sustain the rest of the market, the rest of the cycle, you know, and to be able to keep playing and have the chips that I want.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
my point is, you know, does it matter if Bitcoin is at 116 or 118 when it's in price?
really-
You know, the whole thing is
no.
in price discovery upward, right? Like maybe this
I-
is a topping pattern, maybe it's gonna go down. Yeah, but overall, people should feel confident buying alts. The problem is some of them pumped already significantly. So, yeah. But that's like there's potential for confidence.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm like at this point, I don't mind if Bitcoin sort of caps out at like say 120 and then you get the rotation into the rest of the market so that they can have their time. But I still think Bitcoin's going to go like, you know, to say 150 plus over the rest of this year. Like I'm still confident in that, but we're all speculators, I suppose. We all have our sort of targets and what we think.
So what's on this level over here? Because it seems like this is about the third time it's retesting it. Is there something I'm not seeing, or
Nothing. It's just taking its time.
just
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what.
It's
seeing?
the
I can
SR.
see.
What do you mean nothing? It's the SR.
There's this trend line right here too on Bitcoin. I've got it on my screen if you want to see it. There is
Hold on.
yeah,
Switching
you're
now.
right.
Oh, that's BitBoss. Wrong person.
So
Thank you.
this is Rick. So this is the all-time high here effectively. I'm gonna have to move this line. But you have basically you've got 1, and I would say this is like a test of 2. And if you drag it up, you can see
It's
where
a downtrend.
these highs
Yeah.
are, and we're visiting for 3. And so 3 is going to be a big tell to see if we actually deserve to crack on through and then go and, you know, challenge the 2 and the 1 as you know, levels to go achieve. But yeah, busting out of this trend line will be a big deal if we can get through it.
Okay, copy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I caught it at the bottom of that. I mean, I wouldn't call it falling knife, but just that very bottom. I put in a little order, a little sign. So
I
I
started
want
to
to know.
get concerned here with let's just alphabetize these ones. A, B, and then C. And when we started to break down here on that hour candle there, or 15-minute, I was like, oh, this might get ugly. But we've been able to jump back up into the squeeze. But that's the beauty of just keeping it simple, man. Just zoom out on, say, like the hourly chart and get a feeling for the structure and the character. Like I feel the considerable lows on Bitcoin are this one, like that. You might even argue that's like a little sub check. This one's definitely another low. This is another low. But look, what's the combination here? It's like higher, 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 higher. And this pullback, we're still higher than the previous low here. So For me, the line on the sand right now would be, I think, this low. If you're talking local structure, and that is 116,600 roughly.
I fully agree, and that's when you will get a potential good opportunity, right? It's when you stop going up.
Yeah, if you lose that low, it's like, okay, now we're dealing with a higher time frame, like pullback, not just the hour chart, maybe like the 4 hourly, you know. And then if you turn your moving averages on, that's all good. But yeah, we are so deviated away from the averages. Look at the way the 50 hourly moving average is. Look how much distance there is between the price and it. It's just completely launched. It's very deviated, that's what you get with a bull market. It's just, you get these massive deviations away from the average. Big expansions, like we had one here, we had one back here. Previous bull market, look at that, huge takeoff and departure from the average. But so yeah, this is definitely a time for caution. Like don't throw caution to the wind with like leverage and stuff like that. Because being so deviated away from the average means you can snap back to it if the supports break quickly. Like it can be pretty devastating, like very quickly. So be careful. I guess yeah, like the more mature we get into this bull market, the more defensive you have to become almost. Like don't get riskier. Like the time for higher risk was when it was quieter and, you know, support down near the supports and things, building structure. But we are up high. Like we are on a lot of, we are probably levered up as well, like sitting on top of a lot of leverage.
But
so it's not concrete. These prices are definitely not like concrete yet.
by
They're just few-
quieter, you mean when we were bombing nuclear facilities?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think those moments, they really show where the market's happy to really like to buy and support the price. So that's like that's the deviation in the opposite direction. It's like you go find the extremes to the downside. Like, what's the cheapest we can get it down, you know? And
Yeah,
then
that 10% only drop while that happened was actually impressive in how
yeah,
little it dropped. Yeah.
yeah, and kind of how crypto held up during the tariff stuff when the stock market really got hammered because it was way more it was way more implicating or
But
the stock market.
yeah, but on tariffs, crypto got sold first, and
It
like
did,
we were
yeah.
already on our way down. When on top of that, we had the stock market also confirmed that it wanted to. And in the end, when you zoom out, they did the same stuff. Both of the charts retested COVID all-time highs, right? So they kind of did the same stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, XRP's almost back to basically $2.80. Getting close. See if we can.
If
What do
I
we got?
open
We
a
got
copy chart, it's gonna take me 10, 12 trades, but I'll catch a short on it. So for now, I'm still in the patiently waiting for the new high, 320, whatever. Like if it happens, I know what to do. But if it doesn't, in the meantime, no reason to open the chart. Because at these levels, like, yeah, I'm only interested in downswings at this point now. On Bitcoin, I can scalp long though, I guess, on XRP.
Yeah.
Or anything, yeah.
You are right. It's like when you're deviated away from the average to the upside, the potential for a pullback is greater than further upside. Like, would you
Yeah,
agree
and
on that? Like, it's like kind
of course, but
yeah.
it's a probability game, and
So,
I don't know. What would you say between the probability of reaching 130 before reaching 100,
105
5, yeah,
or 100.
or
Yeah,
106, 100, yeah, just say a bit
it's
above that.
it's tough. I think the probability is in the favor of up, only because we haven't broken any local supports yet. Like but though once that happens, it's like it shifts very quickly. Like the probabilities, like once you lose that,
Yeah.
what was it, 116,600, that price that I called out. Once you lose that low, it's like, okay, now your probabilities start to lean in the other direction because it's the evidence is on the
Even
table.
that low is not that significant.
No, it's very local. Yeah, very
It's
local.
not like it
Yeah,
would.
it's not a mega structure.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think it changes that much the probabilities for the bigger 130 or 105 first probability guessing.
Yeah.
I think 115 is gonna be a big one.
Yeah, but we, on the small time frames, we tested it as support, so we kind of already know. Well, we know the answer for now. Like
You mean on the way up when we popped up and then but like like a clean test of it.
We might have to go a bit lower now. Like, yeah, I wouldn't expect it to hold actually.
Yeah, if you just draw a fib,
Just like another $1,000 lower, just to stop out people who want to long there.
If you just draw a fib from the all-time high down to the most recent low we made at like 97, it's just in between these extensions between 115, 117, and then the 1.618, which hasn't been tapped yet, which is 120. It's like smack in the middle. Even CME, it closed right at the middle at that one extension, 1.414, 117,684. And that's exactly where CME closed.
There's probably some harmonic stuff going on too, right? Because the fact that 105 lines up with golden pocket isn't coincidence. Oh, something? That's an alarm for
Someone's
a
got an
pump.
alarm
No?
going off.
Yeah,
Damn,
that's mine.
1990s.
That's my XRP. It's my XRP alarm. Sorry.
Hey, 105
Sorry, that
is
might go off a couple of times.
105 is a 5th of December high. It's that big volume candle, so it should be support.
Yeah, I was gonna say I see confluence as well with whoever just was talking about fibs. My angular fib were in between my 1 and my 126, which is essentially like 108.95 to 132.751. Which is, it's basically the same range except for that it's for well, it's not the same range, but it's close to the same range, but because it's on an angle, the numbers are a little bit different. But yeah, it's smack in the middle right now. Yeah, I pulled a fractal from past moves from the before, and it seems like we're kind of following at least in similar footsteps. I know things rhyme, they don't. Past move would have been like we go sideways for the next probably the next couple weeks. And then a pump, but obviously, you know, we'll see what happens because I mean, anything can change, and it's definitely a different economic environment from the last time we topped out.
To be stuck in a range high up here or even higher than here, like maybe you could imagine a range between 120 and 140, right? We might need something similar to 5th of December, a range defining candle with a big battle taking place in it. When you look at the volume on the daily, you know, there's not that much happening, at least on BTC USDT perpetual Bybit. Maybe I should check a bit spot and ETFs, I guess, but it's like, you know, the previous all-time high at 112 was a bigger battle in volume. Well, it looks like it, yeah. Well, I guess more people got liquidated on that short than on this one. Yeah, that short squeeze liquidated probably more people. Because you had spent 6 months accumulating shorts when you made your new high, you wrecked time-wise much more people. While this year is only 2 months of short accumulation that got squeezed. Actually, did we really squeeze them? Because you guys think the short squeeze is over? Yeah, I guess.
They lost over $1 billion yesterday. Yeah,
but it's up 20%, right? So if you were just 5x short, like imagine you were 5x short from 100K, well, you're still in actually, huh? And these big whales, they don't go on 100x, they're like on 5, 7, 10x. That's all, no?
Yeah.
So their trades are probably still alive, huh?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few survivors out there, I'm sure.
They probably didn't short 100, they probably shorted 112, which is why we stopped pumping there, huh? Well, most of them probably TP'd anyway, but which is why we reversed up. Like an undecided candle, you know, with a range defining candle. Because for now, I think it's too early to say it's gonna be range bound. No, like it's a breakout, an impulse. We don't have a lot of clues as to what that range could be. I mean, maybe you could say like 112 to 120.
It could just hang out like right here for like the weekend, and then just have the EMAs just slowly start catching up. Like the 50 starts moving up, 100 starts moving up.
I don't think he was referring to a weekend range, more like you know, for the coming, well, summer, July and August.
Yes, yeah. But the longer we stay like right around here, right? Like 116, 117, 118, those EMAs just start curling up, right?
Well,
like we don't necessarily need to go down and test 114, 113 in any speed or time. Like it could be tested down the road in weeks, months even.
Yeah. Well, we looked at how long intraday gaps can. I looked at how long intraday gaps can stay in the chart, and you have examples of some that are filled immediately and some that are filled months later, but they get filled.
Dbloc, there's I remember that you're talking about on when we had the breakout, right? Between 5 when futures closed on Thursday, and then we popped that intraday gap.
Yeah.
Above all time high.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
You
Dbloc
said
mentioned.
Dbloc
Yes,
is not here.
no, I'm saying he mentioned that those intraday gaps are usually not that big. Like, there's no hurry to fill them. Like, to your point.
Yeah, well, it's no, but I mean it's because I think he says that regarding to the weekend strategy. I mean to the strategy he runs, right? For me, it's the same. It's a gap. It is going to be interesting filling it and buying it, but potentially. Like, I mean, just open a CME chart. Like, just check it out. Breakout with a gap. They couldn't buy it. Yeah, 1.5% there. But yeah, maybe they're less important than weekend ones. Well, I don't think so. No, I think it's exactly the same. It's even more significant because it happened during the week, during only a 1 hour time frame, while weekend gaps you have 48 hours to gap. So it's much more likely to happen during a weekend. It's much like it's kind of rarer. It's more you're gonna find much less gaps on a CME chart intraday.
Like,
You're
look at
gonna
the.
find most of them
I'm looking.
weekends. So it's even more.
Look at the
There
one
are.
on. I'm looking at CME now. There's that one at 91 that never got filled. 91 to 92.
Yeah. Yeah, we left plenty gaps, yeah, but that's only on Bitcoin. That's the whole planet. It's SPY, it's Nasdaq, it's everything, right? Well, this one is Bitcoin specific, so
No, I'm talking about Bitcoin, right? I just pulled up the Bitcoin CME futures, and there's a gap at 91 on Tuesday, April 25th, or April 22nd.
yeah.
We never even attempted to go back down to 91.
Yeah. Well, we will eventually, right? That could be a nice target for a bear market bottom if we reach 250K.
Yep. Can you see if there's no weekend like CME gaps though, right? Usually those always get filled. Like the gap from Friday to Sunday. I don't think we left
Yeah,
any of
probably
those.
more people play those. I mean, I don't honestly, I don't know, but for me, a gap is a black area in the chart where it opens higher than previously, and this one happened during the week, but it's still a gap, right?
We get the 13 back above the 50 on the 5. I think it's just right above it, but really needs to push out of here if that's going to confirm.
This one is Bitcoin is more like Bitcoin specific because when you look at Nasdaq, SPY, they don't have this gap. So it's really crypto launching a bit. It's like the crypto gap, I guess. Well, if you look at the April gap, you're gonna see it on almost every chart out there.
No, so if you look at the SPY, I was talking about this earlier. When SPY broke all-time high, it left the gap and it has yet to come back and test it. Like when on June 24th, when we finally broke an all-time high, we went for Monday, we closed at Monday's close was 600, and then Tuesday we gapped up, and we have yet to fill that gap. And that was a gap up into an all-time high, and it's been in price discovery ever since. So not to say that Bitcoin just did the exact same thing, but just fast forward to just a little behind, lag
Yeah, but
behind.
not on the same day, right? Well, the 22nd of April gap is like
No,
you
not
see
the
how
22nd. The 23rd. Just the most recent gap on when the SPY
yeah, I
finally
see
broke
in June
all-time high.
right? The April one though, all I'm
April.
saying is the yeah
April Bitcoin or April SPY?
April 22nd on SPY. So that one you have it both on Bitcoin and on SPY, right? While the June gap is only on SPY, and the current this week's gap is only on Bitcoin.
Yeah, but what I was saying is like when the SPY did it breaking into an all-time high, and Bitcoin just did it breaking into an all-time high.
Yeah,
It's like the
yeah.
exact same pattern. Just
How
SPY
much
did it like
delay
a week
between the
or 2 weeks
two?
ago. That was June 23rd, and Bitcoin just did it
6
on
weeks?
Thursday.
2 weeks, 3 weeks.
The SPY's been trading an all-time high. Well, we've just been grinding between like 105, 107, 110.
Yeah, it took like 2 weeks for Bitcoin to go in price discovery, right? After SPY did it first. Well, second actually, but never mind. But you know, a gap is not enough for a target. Like you need other stuff at that level too, right? So,
But no, you're right though. They usually do get filled. Like gaps on chart, they usually will get filled. It's just, I guess, it just depends on the timing and if it's a breakout into an all-time high, sometimes that's done on purpose.
sometimes the gaps don't get filled on the way down too. Like if I guess you could look at what happened on like there are some areas of the chart where oddly it just doesn't want to trade. Imagine now SPY loses all the bullish news and we go into recession and all. You might never fill the gaps that we left on the way up because it might close one day at a level and then open the next day 1% lower and again gap at the same area. If the bearishness is enough, that's likely what's going to happen because the support is just a little bit above those gaps, right? So you might like close the day at that support and then the next day boom, you'll open lower, leaving again a gap. I find that funny. The bear market bottom is a good example of that. So October 22 on SPY. Gap down, gap up, gap down. Finally trade there. That intraday gap, roughly lines up with 115. It's also like it's also like potentially an interesting number, right?
Wow. You guys see this moon? It's like a blood moon or something. I haven't seen one of these in a while.
Are we out for some bear meat tonight, cuz?
Ooh, red moon? I got lucky. We finished early, so I get to head home. Ooh.
I do apologize to the people that don't like hearing about the full moon, but I will always point it out and like just to see what the price action's doing around it.
Dude, I've never seen the tape so black, but yeah, I've also been paying attention to the moon because every time it comes out these
Seems to
days,
do
it's
stuff.
like,
Yeah, it's hard to sort of
dude,
see the like what's going on, like and compare what's going
I'm
on with
not
the
a
market.
believer, don't get me wrong, but I mean, I
Yeah.
could be one shortly. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I do like to try and keep it as real as possible and, statistical and just, scientific. But yeah, I mean, just that kid in me. It's like, oh man, a special moon. Oh, cool.
Dude, Bitcoin just has stopped. It's just stopped dead in its tracks. What is it doing?
Dead in its tracks. The
And
angular resistance I drew
Everybody's
out.
looking at that blood moon
stopped
thinking
it
about
dead in
bear
its
meat.
tracks.
Don't worry. They'll be here soon. Yeah, where's Drew at, dude? I need some Drew in my life right now.
Yeah, I haven't heard from all day.
What's going on, Drew?
Hey Rick, have you heard of Waters Above?
Of Waters Above?
Yeah, it's a crypto guy.
No.
Another one.
Oh, okay.
He
Another
makes
guy.
charts with every new high. The chart basically has the stamp of the full moon on the entire chart, like moon after moon after moon, and he's developed this correlation between full moons and highs and lows. And he puts out what he calls a red pill podcast once a month or something.
I see. That's
Doesn't
You know,
know
the whole
about the
full moon
waters
thing. I
above.
wouldn't consider it.
He
I wouldn't consider it hocus pocus. It's
no, there's something to it. It's a real thing.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I do feel like
we're made of
It's a
water.
flat Earth thing.
Nah,
We've
I
gone
don't
through
know.
it a
I'm not down
bunch
with
of
that.
times. We've gone through it a bunch of times. It's started arguments and stuff. I don't know, but the reason why Rick doesn't know, the reason why Rick doesn't know about waters above is because he comes from the land down under.
That's right.
Oh my god!
Exactly.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, you've deciphered it beautifully. Yes, that's correct.
Qui-Gon
Yeah,
Cray.
that deserves the whole. But
Thank you. I'll be here all week.
So I connected
or
to.
until I get liquidated.
I'm connected to Coinbase and they turned off the sell button for me. What? That's funny. I can buy, but I can't sell. Oh, amazing Coinbase.
Gotta love it.
I'm not
Maybe you
joking.
have. Did you
If
fake
I
it?
no. If I refresh the web page, it's probably gonna work. But I'm
I
not
don't know,
funny or
man.
anything, but
Coinbase
it's
is,
real.
Or you're in
It's
a
real.
you're in a limit order.
No. Look, I'll put up the.
No, it's probably that Coinbase
just
either
great.
doesn't have the liquidity or doesn't want to give up the liquidity.
Dude, I never thought they could do something like that.
Well, if I refresh the web page, it's gonna work. So I'll do it after my little screenshots here. So right now, like literally, I can buy. The green button is open, and I see my USDC amount. It's available, but on Bitcoin it says ... and like 0. I love Coinbase.
Is it bullish or?
I don't know.
They're probably just like, dude, why would you want to sell?
Dude,
well, you can't anyway. Like,
where did you post it? The bubble
Yeah, how
chat?
did you get?
The chat.
How did you get Coinbase with guardrails? That's crazy.
But it's in
Coinbase has
French,
been pretty weird and sketchy lately.
it's in French,
Yeah, I
but the
can't read
message
that,
says,
bro.
well, it's it says some services are currently unavailable. Your funds are safe. The issue is getting resolved, and then on the right it says the your what you have is currently not unavailable.
So wait,
Now
that
I'll
says
just
all that in that one sentence?
no,
What you
there was
posted
two.
up top. Okay.
Yeah, Coinbase is known for
You can't hear me.
telling you that your funds
Gotta
are
get out of
safe
the
when
conversation.
there's big movements in the market. I know I've heard this from people before during previous pumps. So
I guess they're just too busy doing their own shit. They don't have time for customers.
No,
There's
look,
priority
I
customers
mean,
that
now
they
I mean,
need their
it's
time for.
now if I hit
I
F5,
would
it's gonna solve itself because it's been sitting like this for a day or two, I guess. Yeah, problem solved. You just hit F5 and now I can sell.
Yeah, well, generally you should always refresh your screen if you're having issues doing anything. But yeah,
There were
no, I
times where I
definitely
couldn't buy during huge dips.
think
There was
Coinbase
an
is probably
issue
still
in
upgrading their network as well, right? Because they've probably gotten a pretty big influx, with them making some changes. So they probably got a lot of new U.S. customers, and that doesn't mean that they have the infrastructure to handle it, right?
Yeah, maybe not. Come on, Biddy, give this one little push.
Let's go one big.
but there was
Push
a
as good
scheduled
as.
maintenance today on Coinbase. That's probably why.
Always scheduled maintenance when shit's going down.
Anyway, my Coinbase works fine, but we're in 2025. I still need to hit refresh to be able to trade on Coinbase. When I sell Bitcoin, for example, it still does not refresh my USDC account. I need to hit refresh. Yeah, they need to improve all this.
Yeah, that's normal stuff though. That always happens to me.
Yeah, me too, but it's not normal. We're on a trading exchange. When one of my orders get filled, I want it to automatically update my available Bitcoin and dollars, right? It just doesn't. You need to refresh the web page. Every other exchange does that, right?
Let's write them a letter. Let's write them a really nasty letter and tell them to get their shit together.
Or let's stop trading there, right?
I hardly ever trade on Coinbase anymore anyway. I've been slowly moving out most of my stuff to Kraken, but I mean Coinbase ain't bad for like
It's a
spot
good
trading if you're
exchange,
just
but
swinging
they
big
have
bags. When it actually works, but sometimes it don't freaking work.
Speaking of work, my boy XLM putting in work right now. What up?
Yeah, it is.
I'm just ready for that XLM dominance chart. You know what I mean?
Not got one yet.
Yo, how similar is
what I'm saying.
XLM and H bar? Aren't they like the same thing or no?
Yo, XLM the OG, cuz straight up.
But like,
I mean, they're similar, but they're not the same.
so would you expect H bar to follow XLM's move? Maybe.
Not really. It more so follows XLM. More so follows XRP.
Or
HBAR does its
XRP
own
follows XLM. I mean, you know, however you want to look at it.
Wait, what were you saying,
thing.
Qui-Gon, about H bar?
Sorry.
I found that HBAR just mainly kind of does its own thing. So does Quant. Those two are kind of the outliers. Like they don't really. I mean, all the ISOs run together, but they each sort of do their own sort of patterns and ranges and stuff. They usually don't run the exact same way at the exact same time, whereas XLM usually follows XRP pretty well. So you might be able to get like a 1 second head start on a trade if you watch the XRP chart but trade XLM instead. The only thing about XLM though is people arbitrage that a lot, and they'll send it to like a lot. They'll buy it on one exchange and then send it to another exchange where it's a higher price. Like they'll buy it on an exchange where it's a lower price, and then send it to the other exchange real quick, and then sell it at a higher price. Like the other exchange has a higher price, so they'll sell it there as soon as it gets there. And I mean, it's just an extra bonus if it pumps a little bit before it gets there. So that's the only problem. Like that's one of the problems I've had with XLM is that people do that stuff with it a lot, so it kind of stunts its growth a little bit.
But it's bots also doing that. No?
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of bots doing it too. Yeah, probably more bots than humans.
Yeah, it's all automated now. We're in 2025. We can automate that, but we still can't automate how much money we have in our account on Coinbase.
I think they're just getting a lot of extra traffic that they're not used to.
It's their IP, well, it's their interface, right? Like it's always been like this on Coinbase, no? It's not only for me; like it's the same for everybody. Right? Oddly, when you buy, I think it shows you. It does update the available coin count, but when you sell, it just doesn't update the USDT amount.
Oh, cool. Scoob said COP is a copper ETF, but only a year old. Thanks, Scoob. I didn't see that from earlier. But thank you. I don't even know if he's still in here. Oh, he's muted. Trying to break that angular. Needs just a little bit more of a push. Pushy. Pretty sure we got that confirmed bullish momentum. 5 minute.
The angular resistance I drew out stopped it in its tracks.
We ain't gonna stop it this time. We closed the 5 minute above it. Well, it's not closed yet, but it's working on it.
It totally hit my line, but it missed it.
It's trying to stay above the Ichimoku on the 5 minute too, but this 200 SMA is giving it trouble. Ichimoku.
So,
All right, market buy.
XLM just made a new local high for today.
let's go.
Go XLM. Sadly, I sold the rest of my XLM earlier, but
I did too, but then I bought back. Oh yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Damn.
You might even say
Look at
that
that candle.
XLM is excellent. You know
I
what
want to go to sleep.
Hey man, I've been saying it for years.
I'm going to sleep to trade safe, everybody. But before going to sleep, I didn't forget to market buy some Bitcoin just in case. Well, I guess worst case you'll lose like 10%.
How's the weather in France at the moment, dude? It's like summer, isn't it?
It's good.
Yeah, nice.
A bit hot, but it's not too hot.
That's cool.
Don't fail the breakout. Don't do it now. Don't do it, Bitcoin. Keep it up. I need this breakout for my financial freedom. My family's future is at stake. Come on, Bitcoin. Just go.
In exactly a minute 30, this candle is going to turn green. Watch.
Which candle?
Biddy.
Like on the hourly though, or like the 15, the 5, which one are you talking about?
On the 15, sorry. The 8-minute mark is when the big buys start coming in. It's always the second half
Well,
of
they
the time frame.
they sure as hell better, bro. Because if they don't, these things gonna drop like a rock.
40 seconds. Yep. Watch 30 seconds. Watch this. It's gonna turn green. 8 minutes is when they start buying. The second half of the time frame. So that's why if you're trading the 15-minute, do not make your buys and sells on the first half of the 15-minute time candle. See? Told you.
Oh, it did turn green. Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
No,
You're psychic.
that's the technique for a 15-minute on the 15-minute time frame.
Let's go.
The whales and they don't buy on the first half of the 15. They buy on the second half.
Nice. Good shit, man.
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Yeah, Swee's breaking out. Yes, sir. It
Let's
passed all the
go.
EMAs. It's ready. Soul's on top of all of its EMAs. Let's go. Then it's gonna do another push in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
Oh. Somebody needs to shoot this thing some Viagra.
Any of you guys tried Blue Chews yet?
No.
I keep hearing about it. Oh my god.
Have you?
Nah. But like, I got buddies in the U.S. to say that like swear by it. Is Dbloc asleep?
I don't know. I was just wondering that myself.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yo, Dbloc is swimming in his profits right now.
Yeah, one of my homies gave me one. It was like, keep this for whenever type of, but I haven't used it. I don't know. Like, I feel like if you use something to benefit that kind of thing, that like you can. That sounds like something you'd get relying on, right?
Yeah, actually, that's what
become
my
dependent.
doctor friend told me. Like, don't even start it. If you think you can't get it up, don't even start it. Because once you start, you're gonna have a harder time
dependent.
doing it naturally.
Yeah, I mean, like the medicine exists for a purpose. So if if that's like, I'm not, shaming anybody for it, but
No, of course,
I
of
just,
course, of course.
yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's like I feel like I'm still young enough that I'll save that for when I need it. Hopefully.
Does it go
I
bad?
dare you to take it before you go to work. Just come straight in the office.
I feel like
You
that
might
counts
get
as
a lawsuit.
harassment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Might
you'll
want
be
to look at
you'll be tipping over cups and
If you're coming all over the place in the office, I mean, there's probably a lawsuit.
knocking things over
God.
while walking through the
You
office.
guys.
Yeah,
You made
I
us
have
talk about
heard a
crypto.
lot of good things about it too. From it's from quite a few people. So uh, whether that's just sociological, psychological thing, or it seems to work for them. So
Yeah. Here you go. See? It's green again. Then another push in about a minute 30. Come on, Biddy. Let me go to sleep. Lick your sell orders. Come on.
Are you gonna hold a runner in case it breaks out of the trap to the upside?
Not on Biddy. I'll probably I'll close Biddy, but like I'll see what my alts look like afterwards.
I got
Because the
my
alts
stop in
seem
the
to be
profit
doing
at
their
this
own
point.
thing now. Yeah, the alts are kind of moving, they're doing their own thing now, which is kind of nice to see. Dominance look like. Dominance is at 64. Yuck. We gotta go below. We gotta go to at least 60, boys.
All in good time.
Wow, Biddy's taking its sweet time. What are we
This
up?
ain't doing
What is it
shit.
up against?
Dude, the 200 SMA in the 1 minute. That's literally all there is.
Okay.
Just trying to break through this angular, but like, I mean, it's already broken through it. It just has to stay above it.
Yeah, we have a breakout already, right?
Yeah, technically.
They did a retest. I mean, it has just a trend line retest. We just need to just push upwards. There you go.
Yeah, they just need some volume to come in.
Solana looks good. Sweet looks good.
But
Come on, baby.
This market maker algorithm sucks. Like I think it can hold price up for the most part, but it can't really push. We need market buzz. We need people to just look at it and be like, "Oh, that's breaking that angular and market buy." But nobody's doing that. I mean, at least nobody big enough.
What's good is also grinding up while Bitcoin just chilling. I'm cool with that.
True. I wish I was trading something more exciting, but this is kind of more predictable, or at least it's supposed to be.
You know, after I was asking about H bar, I did jump into an H bar log and it popped a little bit. So I was like, man, it was at like 19. I was like, maybe it's just lagging behind. It will probably try to chase the XLM pump.
Yeah, ADA looks crazy right now. It's just 1, 2, 3, like 3 vector candles.
Wait, is ADA's not ADA's not anything like an ISO, right? Whatever ISO is. Or
No, it's a layer one.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. It's
Ton
like
has
a-
made
it's
it.
like a-
Ooh, look at that.
What?
I haven't
What
seen
is?
Ton move
Oh,
like this in
Tron.
a while.
Yeah, Tron has moved
Wait,
nicely.
Tron or Ton?
Ton. Telegram.
Oh, Ton. Well, Tron as well. TRX is doing pretty good out of the top 8.
Tron was lagging earlier. I thought about doing it earlier because it wasn't doing anything. It was just stuck at like 29 while everything was moving, but I missed it.
H bar looks hefty. Put some money.
Biddy, don't make me move my stop loss.
Oh my God! Come on, Bitcoin. It was, yeah, I think we're just gonna do a little bit sideways, and then cup and handle. Come on. I'd be so pissed if like Bitcoin suddenly decides to do a inverse head and shoulder and does another retest. I'll be so pissed. Push up.
And it does look like it wants to complete that cup and just get up to like 119, take that liquidity, but that can happen like on Saturday, tomorrow sometime maybe.
Probably not as enthusiastic as it was last night or yesterday. That's for sure.
I still got my short open on Bitcoin from that Eric Trump tweet.
Oh man.
Oh, Eric.
There you go. Yes, I'm gonna be able to go to sleep.
Yeah, I'm tired as hell too.
Market's been very keep you awakey, for lack of a better term. It did it to me last night, man. I was up at like stupid o'clock watching the market. But I'm glad I did because I was able to take action on the like where to take profit on XRP and shuffle back in. Otherwise I would have sort of semi-round tripped a little bit, I suppose.
And check out Sui. Sui's breaking out. Finish its cup and handle. Broke out, chasing that previous high. See. Come on. There you go. There you go.
Oh yeah, Betty. Ah yeah. That resistance.
Yeah, I just turned this on. It sounded like you were getting busy with Biddy.
Hey.
Yo, Drew, what it do, though, dude?
He said, "Oh yeah, right there, baby. Come on. Uh-huh. Right there."
Some funny shit.
We've been wondering when you were going to show up.
Well, now we know what all that blue chew talk was about.
Yeah, I'm trying not to look at the charts. I'll just glance at the price real quick. Bang, bang. Waiting for a retrace. I don't care. I'm not chasing this green. I don't care what you guys say. But yeah, no, I'm still on the sideline.
I mean, you can try to scalp the momentum if it shows up, but it is the weekend, so.
Yeah, I've just been enjoying life a little bit and just because it's risky, man, trading up here, especially like going all in,
Yeah, for real.
Smoke yet? Honey, I'll be right back.
There you go.
Let's go, Betty. That's what we're talking about.
Coming all the way up.
Measure move for this triangle kind of brings it right up to the higher targets to go clear out that liquidity and take out the previous all-time high, like 119.5.
Yeah, but we're in the
I don't
weekend
think
trap.
it's going to get much higher than that, though.
Yeah, let's see.
But So we were right at the 0.5 from the high to low. So that really needs to be the level to break. So it just needs to make a higher high. But even if it comes back for a retest of this angular, then the 200 EMA is right at that angular. $200 EMA on the 1 minute, I mean. Not the 5 minute, but the 5 minute, the 50 EMA is right there too. So that's also a good sign. So if it comes to retest that angular, it should be a good retest. Hopefully this.
I'm happy to hear you're not shorting anymore, man. Or not as much, at least.
Me?
Yeah,
Yeah, well, we're in price discovery.
it's a good answer.
Good, bro.
I like that, though, because I didn't really know you too well. So you came off as the guy who just shorted, you know, no disrespect or
No.
anything. But
Yeah, no,
that's just how it
it's
came off.
I know it does seem like that, but yeah, once you're in price discovery, it's very difficult to short. It's like pretty much you're like it's like a you have a death wish if you're shorting into price discovery.
Yeah. Yeah, mine.
But I mean, when you do, I mean, if you were to lose the previous all-time high, then you have another signal to start opening. Like it opens the door for more opportunities to start shorting again, because that's a sign of weakness, is losing the previous all-time high. But and then you get like a 2024 type scenario where you just sort of go down and sideways for 7 months sometimes. That's only ever happened once, but
And what was the
there's
sole
plenty of
reason for
swings
that?
there.
Well, in your opinion, what was the sole reason for that?
The ETFs came out and the price pumped too high before the halving. So it had to correct. There was too much extra money in there that like really kind of didn't belong there. And like it was kind of foreign, like like the idea of institutions being involved in Bitcoin was like a really very foreign concept. But because of like the mining rate, hash rate, all that stuff like changing after the halving, it had to correct itself. Like that's sort of a thing with the whole mining aspect, the whole mining network. It's a sort of a self-correcting mechanism in a way. So that consolidation, I mean, that was people that were still on the fence, ready to speculate, but also were like, hold on, we want to see if it can retest this level. And then eventually it did, and that consolidation ended up just being like the big like reaccumulation and a bull flag which broke out. So it ended up being a beautiful bull flag that did break out and hit the measure move, and that's what got us above 100K. But the fact that we hit a new all-time high before the halving, that's something that's never happened before. So it had to kind of take a minute to correct itself.
Correct itself. Corrections, yeah. So I noticed on this pump that we had, whenever we would have like that little tiny dip, you know what I mean? What we would think would be like the big dip to come, which never happened. So that was technically Bitcoin correcting itself, right? But people kept buying it. So that was the correction, that it would have been undervalued if it kept going down.
What, you mean like when we went down to 98, like on the
No,
during the war?
literally last night, bro. The pump we had, the crazy pump we had.
Last night. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's just demand stepping in higher because people are FOMOing in because it's above 100K, above 110K. Like it's above prices that You know, it's been to so these retracements will get more shallow. Like, you know, the higher up it goes, the retracements will get more shallow because people are more eager to get in. So they'll just buy in sooner. Every time that there is a drop, they'll buy in quicker. But
I
then
gotcha.
that's also indicative that you're getting closer to the end of a move. Like the shorter the retracements get, if it starts making like just slightly higher highs and the retracements are very like shallow, like they don't go very deep and they don't last very long, then you could be getting towards the end of a move, unless you're making like a bullish continuation pattern, which like a lot of in a lot of circumstances, like yesterday and today, like it has been doing that. Well, not so much today, but yesterday it was doing like bull flags and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the way I'm looking at it is, we know about, how much time is left, and if this pump is going to happen, it's got to happen within that time, right? But for the FOMO purchasers that are unaware, like if I would have never joined this channel, I would have never really learned all that stuff, right? So for the people who are just buying to buy and don't really understand that the time, like basically, I guess, people are foaming in because they want to make their money, they want to get their position in, but they don't know that a bear market's technically coming, within the future, right?
Yeah. I mean, they
So
probably.
that being said,
I mean, I'm sure they know, but I'm sure they don't know like the whole like time cycle, like why
like
a
there's no
bear
time
market
frame for them,
happens.
right? There's no time frame for them. So my question is, those people that buy and hold, right? Like the normies, I guess, or retail. What is like when do they start to peel out? I guess is what I'm trying to really get to. Like, what's the psychology behind it for
into
somebody
weakness,
who's not
man.
They
following?
sell.
Into
They
into
sell the
weakness.
lows.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
they sell the
capitulate.
lows.
So they get out
Yep.
max pain.
They get out late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they lose
Bad
money, but because they sell like they buy high and then they sell low basically because they're like, oh well, screw this, it's not going up anymore, and like I don't want to lose any more money, and they just capitulate and sell and give up. But then that's usually when there's a bounce that
Crazy,
happens
yeah.
because
So they stick it out through the end.
Smart money will be like, yeah, I'll buy that. Like, you want to sell it to me, I'll buy it, and the smart money buys it, and they capitulate and give
and
up.
then they chase it.
Yeah, and then when the price starts rising again, they buy it higher again.
See, that's crazy to me, bro. That's crazy to me that all those people FOMOing in for the most part, right? Now we can't
You
say
know what
all,
it's
obviously.
like? It's like
What?
stepping on the toes of your dance partner. Like they're out of rhythm with the market, you know?
Oof, that's awkward.
That's
so awkward.
They're just off timing. Like the timing's just all off. Like they're buying high, they're selling low. They capitulate in the fear in the sells, and then they get excited because it's pumping again, and then they chase it. They chase the high, like, you know, euphoria.
Yeah, like
the fear of missing the run.
I don't know if you ever heard us talk about the fear and greed index, but when the fear and greed index is very low, that's the best time to buy. Meaning like when you're in max fear, like when the fear is very high, like that's the best time to buy because
blood on the
lot of
streets,
people
man.
are. Yeah, a lot of people are panic selling and stuff, and like you don't want to be the guy that's panic selling into weakness. You want to be buying the weakness and selling the strength.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I'm so addicted. I'm so addicted. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. This whole thing, like from A to Z, like how complicated it can get, how simple it can get. The psychology behind it, the effect, cause and effect, like just everything takes into play.
Yeah.
That
I'm
obsession
7
never
years
goes
in, man.
away.
There's
The
so much
addiction
money.
stays.
There's so much money. So much money.
As of January 2026, it'll be my 8th year. Or 8.
Good for you, man.
Crazy. Almost a decade. Not quite.
I love that, dude.
Yeah, 20.
Been around for the
2028
long
will be
haul,
a
brother.
Yeah, 2028 will be a decade. I've learned a lot, and I've been wrecked a lot too in that time. So I've definitely like learned a lot of things the hard way.
I can't even imagine,
It's
bro.
worth it.
I mean, I'm 3 months in, and I feel like I have like every mistake I make is like, it's like when you fall off the bike, You know, for your first time when you're trying to learn.
Yeah.
You know, it's like a memory never to be forgotten.
Yep.
So I can't even imagine
And
with your time. That's crazy.
When I
yeah,
fell off
only
my
done-
bike for the
definitely.
first time, I landed on my face and split my tongue in half. And
Oh,
Man,
yeah,
that explains a lot.
that's
yeah,
that's
exactly.
wild,
Thank
man.
you, thank you. I've been trying to tell people that. I'm like,
I'm
you know,
just
my head
kidding.
still hurts, and I only
Damn.
have half my tongue. So you know, I don't even get to taste sweet stuff. Can you imagine?
Wait, you
I
actually
had a
lost a piece
hard
of your
life.
tongue?
Sorry, but yeah, no, yeah.
They couldn't sew it back on?
No, they said that it grows back together, but
Did it?
apparently if you do too much damage, that's not the case.
No,
Oh,
that's crazy. I didn't
I
know
thought
that.
I thought you were gonna say
No,
apparently if you do too
seriously,
much
like, I
drugs.
mean, unless they do,
too
maybe they
much drugs.
sew them back on now, but they didn't back then.
Mm,
Interesting. That's crazy.
That's probably why I'm a little sour sometimes. You know what I mean?
No,
you
no
seem
idea
pretty
what you mean.
jovial to
But
me.
what were
You're
we
pretty
saying?
Oh,
chill,
it's
pretty
Sour
happy.
Patch Kids. First you're sour, then you're sweet.
We were talking about experience and like the fact that I was saying like how I've been burned many times and
Mm,
it's worth it, man. Like I feel like it's the experience is worth it because then you kind of the mistakes not to repeat and you develop that like that kind of trading muscle that doesn't come instinctively and naturally because I feel like the way retail gets so wrecked is because they try to use intuition and it is a counterintuitive game like crypto trading and investing. I feel
yeah,
that's why
I can see
retail's
that.
not around in the bear market. They're not there because it's the intuition is that it's broken and that they don't want to touch it when it is the best time to get involved, like the best time to be building your involvement in the market is in the bear market. And then it's the opposite, like in a bull or like near the tops, it's like you
You gotta
should
get
be
out.
getting out. You should be fearful and you should be like taking profit and getting out. But everyone's coming in, like all retail, they're like, sign me up.
Going
Yeah.
up, I'm
Yep.
gonna buy it.
So it's counterintuitive, but that's not clear as a beginner usually. Like you have to learn that
Yeah,
it's counterintuitive. You have to be
I
shown
can
the
only
way.
imagine what you had, to play with
Oh
8
yeah.
years ago
Yeah,
compared to what
you have to
I had
lose.
Well,
available today.
You
my
have to lose a
first
bunch
year,
of money before you realize. that's
2018,
that's not the way to do it.
as a complete beginner in 2018, all I ever brought was about $300 in because I knew that I was new and I was
Smart.
like, oh man, I'm probably going to get wrecked or whatever. And I think I walked away with $30 at the end of it. And I was
At least you
very
still had that
like,
30, man.
oh
Many
yeah, I
won't.
was disillusioned. I walked away in the bear market. I was like, I didn't accumulate. I didn't do any of that. And then I got sucked in 2019 in the rally to 14,000. And I was
Yeah.
like, cool, it's coming back. Yeah, let's go. And I was once again getting involved in the highs. And then we
So
had the
Rick,
COVID like sell and yeah.
Rick, did you
Yeah, man.
was it only trading as well? Was that you did so basically just straight trading, or was
It
it any
was
like
yeah,
position?
it was just spot trading. Like I could only buy and sell. There was no futures in 2018. Only
No.
on BitMEX, but I wasn't on BitMEX. That
Yeah,
was
that
like
was
the
BitMEX.
first
You could
futures
use
like
it.
platform.
Was it operating in Australia? BitMEX.
Yeah, you could sign up and use it. Yeah. And then Binance opened up their futures, like their derivatives arm in like 2019, I think. And that's where
Yeah.
Sam Bankman-Fried became a member, like a user of Binance futures and tried to manipulate and like cause huge sells and he was trying to like, wreck Binance essentially, but the joke was on him. CZ said this. The joke was on him because we don't liquidate off last price. We liquidate off like market price, like to protect the users. Like, but yeah, like FTX. Like apparently they were coming on there trying to liquidate and wreck their market makers, that kind of thing. But I didn't really develop much skill until I would say into 2021, like around the Doge highs. Like that's when I was really getting And even still, like, I wasn't that great. I was still learning. It was like my first real sort of year. 2020, 2021 was like my first real leverage futures kind of, you know, training yard. And then 2022 happened, and that was like, oh, that was brutal.
It was over.
The bear
It was
market again.
basically over in 2022.
Yeah, but I was building a position in Bitcoin around. I started in about June of 2022.
Oh, nice.
And was like, yeah, just feeding that position. It was actually a trade that I got stuck in, and I was just feeding the margin to reduce the leverage to de-risk essentially. And it just became this like big 2x long on Bitcoin, which I probably took profit way too early, like in hindsight, obviously, because I sold it at like 30K, and I think the long was at like 23, something like that. So 23 to 30 was the move that I got out of it. But and then yeah, like just dabbling with altcoins, and there was in 2023 there was like a MEXC season where there was Pog AI. That's where Pepe came out.
Yeah,
meme coin Pepe. Ladies, Doge, AI Doge or something. There was a bunch of them. There was a handful. Kwai was there for that too.
Yeah.
Like our little group, we were
Doge, AI Doge, Shiv
Yeah.
AI, freaking Wojak. It was
Wojak.
Yeah,
Doge
that was
and,
freaking. That's where
Poor guy.
Turbo came from. That's where Pepe came
Yeah.
from.
Yeah.
What
That
else
little
did they have?
season.
Yeah, because MEXC
Yeah.
had basically become the new KuCoin. That was what KuCoin was like in the 2021 cycle. That 2020
Yeah,
cycle.
it was just it was like a low cap playground pretty much at the time. And
Yeah, it was like
things were pumping.
the route was like KuCoin, then like maybe a KuCoin, Binance, OKX. I think that was like the route. And then I think in the previous cycle, like Binance was the biggest, and then maybe like before that was Huobi, and then like before that, I don't remember what the others were already. Those are the big
And then
two.
the arse end of 2023 was the rumors of the ETF filing, like the Bitcoin ETF, spot Bitcoin ETF, and you know everyone was anticipating the SEC approval, Garrett Gensler, and then finally it gets approved in like I think it was this early January. Then there was the brief sell-off of the approval, like the sell the news, and then the inflows started, and that's what took us up to like 74K or whatever. And then we had that huge, most of 2024 was that giant falling broadening wedge, like thing that we got stuck in forever. I think it was like 7 months in that.
What year?
And then obviously 2024. And then late 2024, November was the presidential election, and that's what pumped us to like 100K.
With the inevitable,
110.
with the sell-off in January that made everything bleed, and then like the ETFs just created so much sell pressure. It was, I mean, it's what shook me. I'll be honest, like you know, you can only really be honest. I got shaken out near the lows, man. Like that was nasty, very very nasty. Yeah, and then it was just like.
But the biggest contrast in Bitcoin's speculation, like the speculative nature of Bitcoin, really changed from around 2020, the depths of 2022, the FTX collapse. Everything was just breaking around us, and everyone was scared of crypto's future at that point, you know, and rightly so. And then, we got this beautiful relief in 2023, and that was backed up by this ETF idea, and then Trump, you know, creating just a really pro crypto like stance, and then getting into office was huge, like as we know. And then here we are.
And I mean, that guy was nearly killed as well, right? So that was like, that would have been a whole,
very
I mean,
dramatic.
literally, like the current cycle we're in, right? It would have been completely different. Like the differences between them.
I think regardless of events and people, I think Bitcoin's course and path is still like it doesn't really care.
1000%.
Like,
What's going on, everybody?
it's
How you doing,
Yeah,
D-Block?
what's up? Yo, D-Block.
I said this during the election, bro. No matter who gets in office,
Yeah,
Bitcoin will
I
hit its targets during this bull run.
Yep,
Agree.
it wouldn't have
It's
mattered.
just
I
it's
think.
like those.
Yeah.
Sometimes the news it catalyzes, if not the sentiment, then at least like maybe how when you get there. You know what I mean? Kind of when you get there, maybe, or how you get there.
The biggest
Yeah,
effect
dude, the
was
journey
bringing
definitely gets shifted.
an end to choke point 2.0. Was the biggest effect.
Yes.
You don't even gotta help us. Just stop trying to destroy us.
Oh,
that's right.
Stop trying to destroy us, and we got this on our own. Trust me, we don't need any help.
I mean, Gensler being like sort of known for, doing was it Bitcoin sort of seminars or at least teachings, and then
MIT.
being the guy who just like chokes us to death was just I don't even know what that was.
My man went to go get a
weird,
job, try to get a job at Binance 2018, I believe it was. And the rumor, nobody knows for sure, but the standing rumor is that he was laughed out of Binance offices.
And then he just was shaking his fist, right? And it was kind
And ever since then, had a massive chip on his shoulder.
Like a vendetta.
Yeah.
I could believe
I think we should probably hold this level here if it's gonna continue to break out towards the top of the range. Big get the hold here.
Guys, we've hit this CME close how many times since it closed? Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We're basically living here. We're at CME. Once these liquidations get frothy enough to cause us to go to the top of the range, we'll go to the top of the range. I hate to oversimplify it, but
I mean, it stands to reason that we should go to the top of the range before revisiting the bottom again, right? Because then that
well, the gas is you know, your gas is piling up above. Ride down has to be paid for completely. Ride up only has to be paid for to 117, and then the shorts take over. So it's cost benefit analysis. Just don't have enough shorts built up. Either way, whole bunch of sideways. Now, Bitcoin is, Dom is dropping, which is good, right? Which means we're not dead in the water. We can play with the alts. Hopefully we'll have a nice run for the weekend.
What year did you come into crypto, D-Block? Were you like around?
The first time I bought crypto, or the first time I knew what I was doing?
Yeah, like I would say like, okay, first year you bought it, and then first year you sort of got serious about it.
First time I bought crypto was around Silk Road days.
Oh, that's early as. That's really early.
But I had no idea what the hell I was doing at all.
And then when was like the serious, like
Hold
the
on,
first?
give me 1
okay,
second. I'm just
like,
answering this. Answering this DM real quick. 1 second.
Retest the angular 200 SMA. Be really good to hold right here. Daily opens right below too.
Take a look at Dot and see what happens.
All right, my bad. So yeah, the last final years of that. So it was 2012, 2013 ish. I think was when Ross went to jail. But we were just buying Bitcoin to buy weed and mushrooms from Europe. Like, this was just us trying to get something exotic to smoke. You know what I mean? It's funny because the first Bitcoin I bought was on paper, and it was from the guy that we used to buy weed from in the park.
I love that. I love that.
Yeah, and the way
Really
it was sold to us, and again, it probably wasn't for bad reasons. Nobody understood what the hell it was. The way it was sold to us was it was a way to take your fiat and make it disappear into the internet. Poof. Nobody could track it. Nobody could track it. Nobody just magic money that just, the complete opposite of what it actually is. Right? Now that we understand it, it's like, well, we were lied to.
Yeah, I think everyone's
But it wasn't until 2015 that I realized the price of that Bitcoin was at. And I remember buying it, and then I did the math, and I was like, wait a minute. You know, and that's when I started sort of dabbling.
You're an old schooler then, man. In my opinion, I feel.
I mean, it's
I was gonna say, like, if
that's the thing about crypto, it's so young that it's kind of hard to call anybody an OG, because it's like at that even anybody that was here from the beginning, you're talking just 13, 14 years. You know, there's people that have been trading legacy for 70 years or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
True. I mean,
But I
I
was
think
gonna say, like,
cycles are so like vicious, right? They're so quick. Like, I mean, obviously it runs kind of parallel to the TradFi cycles, but the way things move in this market, everything moves so fast. Like, you age
Bro,
so quickly.
15 years in crypto is like 30 years at least in legacy. First of all, we're 24 hours. None of this 9 to 5 weekends off bullshit. You know what I mean? So
right,
if you've been in a 4-year cycle in crypto, that's like 10 years trading legacy. Easy if you add up the hours.
I was gonna say, like, how developed your knowledge is, Dbloc. Oh, sorry, man.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna be like, damn, if you started in 2021 or something, I'd be like, wow, you've put in a lot of work to get as developed as you are with the.
I mean, I'll be real with you. I didn't really start, 2015, 2016, just figuring out sort of what candles are, right? What trading is. No cycle knowledge whatsoever. So obviously gave everything back. You know what I mean? And then that sort of trauma from giving everything back after feeling like I had it figured out, and then seeing people around me that got out at the right time. Started hearing stories about people who got out at the very top. And you're like, well, how did they know? Like, if this is completely random, then how did they? And then you start realizing that it's not random at all. You know what I mean? But the curiosity from getting wrecked is what led me. And I locked in, bro. I completely shut everything in my life out. I'll be completely honest with you. Everything.
It is worth
friends,
it, I think. Like, it
everything.
pays off.
Yeah, you gotta lock in sometimes, bro. You gotta lock in sometimes, and it doesn't stop. It's not just to learn. Even when you know what's going on, life starts to get a little shaky. Like, sometimes you really just gotta lock in, bro. Anybody that's really your friends, anybody that's really your family, like, they'll understand and they'll respect it, because they know that you're doing it for the best reason, right?
For life.
Yeah.
Making a living. Yeah.
I mean, unless people are willing to pay your bills and your housing and buy you food and feed your family and all that, then sure, then they can have a problem with it. But if you're not willing to do that, you gotta respect somebody who's willing to lock in.
Yeah, I think my family, they didn't really know to begin with, but they found out eventually. They all kind of like, it was just sort of one day it was like, so how's crypto going? I was like, oh, how did you even know I was doing that? They're like, yeah, we know you were. Because like at first we thought you were just gambling, and I was like, oh well, I mean, maybe I was at the start, but I knew less of what I was doing. But definitely it's something that requires a hard graft. But I think also it's a space that can reward bad habits until it doesn't, and it lulls you into a false sense of security.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
Early success.
You know?
Early success is the biggest danger in this game.
I mean, listen, 2018, like I said, like Rick, right, is when I came in, and I'd say for most of those years, of those years, I was doing a lot of like investment, like through, like, we used to just find different narratives, right? ICOs were booming.
Yeah.
We'd get into ICOs, meme coins, pumped up fund, all these other types of things, right? And some of my friends who've been in here like a couple cycles before me, most of them don't know how to really trade, right? And I don't even mean it in a disparaging way. I just mean like the space has just been in a way where you really can just find a niche and just keep.
It's a different muscle. Yeah, it's a different muscle.
Yeah. You know, so it was definitely like finding various ways to do that. But I think the problem with it is that when you get these sort of crisis situations, right, as investors, everything's dumping, so it feels like a crisis situation when you're completely allocated. It's like, as a trader, people are like, oh, what a great opportunity, right? I'm about to buy this at far cheaper, while I'm holding something, watching it, what I think is going to zero, panicking. Everyone else is like, oh, this is great, you know? And that's when you realize, like, oh, okay, so I kind of don't know how to trade, because when you try to force it and you're just watching your money just disappear,
Yeah.
you know,
Exactly.
it's horrible. Like, and honestly, like I mean, I don't know, you must get tired of hearing it, but everyone says it, and it's necessary to say, man, your TA is just incredible, man. It's really, really impressive.
Nah, I don't get tired of hearing it, bro. And honestly, it's not an ego thing. It's just that I put in a lot of hard work, so it feels good to, just recognition always feels good from your peers.
100%. Your TA is freaking great, Dbloc.
Not you.
And like I said, I've only
just playing.
I've only seen one other person use like vectors, and like he uses it in different ways, right? So
Don't get Joe in here; he will get sick of it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, honestly, it's just I've picked up tools along the way. I've gotten rid of unnecessary tools. What I consider is a unnecessary tool is a tool that gives me the same answer. That will consistently give me the same answer as the tool that I'm already using. Right.
Okay.
When that happens, there's no confirmation there. Like if it just says what the other one says, then it's probably using the same exact metric to figure it out. You're wasting your time looking at both. What changed for me was becoming an indicator. I went through all the phases, man. 2015, 2016, made a bunch of money on Litecoin. I was in love with fiat at the time still, right? I was in love with fiat and buying shit. So know what happened there. Any money that I did manage to get off the top, ended up spending. Got some things I needed, right? Didn't have a home. I was 6 figures underwater when I first started from a couple failed businesses and poor choices in lending partners, I should say. So for me, there was a sense of necessity, right? Like it had to work. There was no if. That sort of trading on tilt that we tell people never to do was the type of trading I was doing. Right? Like it literally was affecting my ability to pay rent, food, get rid of these debts, So I ended up getting rid of all my debts, and then I just spend it. I just spent my money, right? Bought my first condo, which I hate talking about every time I bring it up. Nice little condo, 200K, nothing crazy, right? Nothing extravagant. 200 Bitcoin.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You the man, D. You the man, D. You the man, D.
No, but you never could have like.
Look, it's like, what do you do? You know what I mean? Do you just not eat?
Yeah.
It's like at some point, it's meant to be spent, right? But
100%.
looking back on it now, it's like, jeez.
Yeah, the hindsight.
Like, bro, you could have just held that, got a job, and paid rent, and just waited. You know what I mean? Just wait.
How many people thought like that as well? Like nowadays, you get more people who sort of come into the space, whether they have like financial backgrounds or whatever, and they teach you, or they spread their sort of knowledge of, oh, well, you don't have to even sell your Bitcoin. You can just borrow against
you collateralize it, and take the debt instead of the. But just to give you an idea of the power of Bitcoin versus the power of a dollar, $200,000 right now will probably get you a studio apartment somewhere. 200 Bitcoin will get you whatever house you want. You get what I mean? Like, that's the power of Bitcoin versus fiat. So then obviously I started the next bull market with nothing. Complete do-over. Like, completely wasted the power of compounding. Right? Which is another reason why I'm so heavy on that. Get as much money as you can at the top of the bull market. Spend as little of it as possible until the bear market. Not financial advice, but those 2 rules would have completely changed my life way earlier. Right? Just doing that, just being able to come down and compound. The next one was
you need ammunition.
Yeah, so the next cycle up was where I ran futures really hard, right? Futures came in at that point. That was cool. Completely broke all my rules. Was flying by the seat of my pants. Super successful. Luckily, this is the one lesson in crypto that I've never had to learn myself. I got liquidated just like everybody else, but I've never liquidated an entire account. I never got to the point where I killed an entire account. But I did get to the point where I got to see the people around me that were mentoring me at the time set themselves back 4 to 8 years, bro. These are people who were here from the beginning and just blew accounts that literally set themselves back at least a full bull market or a bull market and a half. And I just thought about that time wasted, and that like clicked for me. After that, I was like, oh, nope. I went straight into wealth. Like something about that put me right into wealth preservation mode.
I think the time aspect of it is definitely something I'm starting to come to grips with, and actually I'm treating it with more respect than I did in previous cycles. I think
A
before
lot of
it was
time
just
to waste, man. 4 years
for
is a
sure,
lot of time to waste.
But you know, it's also a double-edged sword, right? It can also be that sort of albatross around your neck, because sometimes you'll want to force it because you'll say, I don't want to wait another 4 years. And then when you get like either wrecked or it doesn't quite pan out the way you think, the 4 years pass and you're like, you know what? I could have just actually waited that 4 years and just been more sensible with the way that I was trading. Like I could have just sort of, you know, that extra however much that I lost trying to really force the issue, that at the bottom of the market could have went a long way, you know.
10 push-ups, that might have been 20 push-ups right there.
But
oh, listen, you keep talking, I'll be doing 100.
Back to like what we were saying though, like you go through the phases, you pick up the tools, you pick up the rules, which is important too, right? Tools and rules, those both sit inside your toolbox. Every mistake you have should have a rule that was made. If it's a reoccurring mistake, there should 1000% be a rule in your rule book to stop that. If you're making a reoccurring mistake, you can't figure out what it is, you need to stop immediately and figure out what the hell is going on. Because you're just going to keep making it. You know what I mean? Ask somebody, talk it out. You know, tell somebody what's going on with your trades. Maybe it's something that you're not seeing. And then just try not to make the same mistakes you make. You're gonna the mistakes that you don't know about them, but you're gonna make them. You don't know not to make them, so they're gonna happen, right? But the ones that you already know about, you don't make those again, and then you use your tools to bring up your probabilities.
Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I mean I personally need to hear, especially the discipline part. And just being in this environment, it's like I at first I was like, oh, this is really good TA, because just like watching and listening in and just experiencing it and checking and seeing how it pans out, but then also seeing the community and people kind of just holding each other accountable as well, right? Not even in like a malicious way, just in a
yeah.
you know, like you heard even earlier someone was saying something like I just closed the this trade, and it was like all the way down, and they thought they closed the long at the lows, and everyone was like, oh no, like, and then they said no, it was a short, and it was like, oh yeah, okay, good, nice, it was a short, so you did well, right? But it's, you know, and even what's the French guy? Is it Zusi?
Yeah,
him as well. Yeah, like even him, right? I think whenever I hear him come out in with his hello, and he's
Lucy's good shit.
He's a lovely.
And, and his musings, right, are like good and necessary to hear as well. Like he'll talk about someone like like when they're speaking, like, oh well, this might just mean you're over leveraged if you feel this way and you've got this, you know, you've had this position and this is how you're treating it, right?
Zusi's my Jiminy. Zusi's my Jiminy Cricket, bro.
Yeah.
Like I know that no matter how sure of my TA I am, I'm gonna have to go over it one more time. And if there's anything there that's flawed, he's gonna find it. Even if he's wrong about it.
Good about it.
Like even if he's wrong about it, he's gonna pick and pick and pick, and he'll make me look at everything from angles that I haven't looked at. It could be annoying sometimes, but that's like your brother, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes I want to put him in a headlock, but
there was that one time where y'all were talking about the Head and Shoulders, and he was like, "What technically, blah blah blah," and you were like, and then he just was like, "Okay, well, I guess we'll just agree to disagree or something." That kind of stuff, man, I love that, bro. That's just it's beautiful.
Listen, I'm pretty sure I've heard him like debating with himself, let alone everyone else, right?
No,
So
that's
it's all
I learned it
yeah.
early. I learned that early. In the very beginning, I'm not gonna lie. I used to be like, "Yo, get off my dick!" Like every time I
Yeah,
say something, like this guy, you know what I mean? And
no, for
then
real.
sitting back and listening to him for a while when nobody's on, he does it to himself.
Yeah,
He does it to himself. He'll counter his own position, and then he'll take another counter, and he'll come and he'll look at it
Yeah.
from another. So that's when I'm like, oh, that it's a you thing. Like it has nothing to do with me. Like this is just
Right.
that's
He's
a
like the
it's
best
very it's
devil's
a French
advocate.
thing. It's like the au contraire, mon frere. You know, it's like
yeah,
a very French contrarian sort of thing.
for sure, for sure. No, it's
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. But it's no, it's just a great cast of characters, man. Like obviously you come for Dbloc and you stay for everybody, right? So it's a great place.
You know,
I
we've had like
can't
we've had like 6 years now, really putting over 6 years finding good people, sort of weeding out the ones that don't, you know what I mean, fit the mix.
The
Yeah, you
degens.
eventually end up with a good you eventually end up with a good group, man.
I
That's
man,
I
I wish
can't
this
believe he
was
lets me
around.
stay around.
I wish this group was around, man. I wish I had this when I was year one, you know, like 2018. The
Preach.
kind of like the experience to talk to, the people that with experience to talk to, and they go, oh, well, actually, this, you know, look here, learn this, go look at that. Yeah.
like because I like with the friends of mine that had first introduced me to crypto. It's like we've still got a group chat even that from 2018, but the problem is we're all degenerates, all of us.
Yeah.
It's
You
not.
need some
There's
balance in
no
there.
yeah, there's no balance whatsoever. Like I think even maybe this year there was a guy who like actually trades and has counterpoints, but everyone before that it was like, right, how do we get this money? 1000x, let's do it, right? Like and I'm literally I was literally with one of my friends. I was walking down the road, like this was 7 months ago, right? And I was like arguing with him, like till I was blue in the face, because he was like, I don't want to have to wait X amount of years. I want to get rich now. And I was like, that's not the right mindset to have. You're gonna lose it all if you like you're really good at making it. Just be really good at keeping it. Like don't do that, right? And then our other friend's just kind of standing there, just like watching the fireworks, right? He's like, listen, man, I tried to talk to this guy. I don't know what to tell you, right? So it's yeah.
It's a hard
I think
mentality,
having
man. What I try to tell
yeah,
people is, how long is it going to take you to get rich at your job? Like whatever job you have right now, how long do you think it's going to take for you to get to that point where you're like, I'm good? For most
Not enough
people,
years.
unfortunately,
a lifetime.
it's longer than a lifetime. Unfortunately.
Yeah.
So then
it's like a whole career.
So then you talk to them about crypto and you're like, look, you know, safely, not financial advice, but safely in the era that we are now, you can pull a 10x every 4 years in this cycle.
Yeah.
That's taking 10,000, turning it into 100,000, taking 100,000, turning it into 1,000,000, 8 years. That's exponentially faster than the rest of your life.
literally.
And if you've got a good job that you're getting paid for, you already planned on staying there for the rest of your life. What's 8 years? What's 8 years? Keep working, feed the bags, learn how to do this, flip and compound. And trust me, every year that passes, you'll be a little bit more comfortable at the job. Like, I wish he would say something stupid to me right now. You know what I mean? Like, I will leave this place so quick.
Yeah, but do you know what? I
Bitcoin.
think what makes it much harder though is like if you have crypto Twitter. I mean, Jesus Christ, like especially at the height of the bull market, right? All you're gonna get are like you're gonna get the same memes of like the guy in the 3-piece, like holding a glass of wine in the Riviera somewhere, and they're like, oh yeah, but now when you know Bitcoin hits 400K this cycle, you got some other guy with a jet. You got another guy with a Ferrari and a Lambo, and they're just like, I can't believe like you didn't invest in blah, right? And you're not rich now. This like it's a bad feedback loop, I think, if you're because you also get the is 5 million really enough to make it? Like, is that really enough money? it's kind of a bad environment to sort of create a stable mindset, because you really do have this sort of bubble where you're if you don't look outside of it, you just kind of think to yourself, hey, maybe 5 million isn't enough, maybe 10 million isn't enough, and then before you know it, you lose like whatever you could have actually kind of stayed with,
Man,
whether it's whatever it is, which
listen,
was enough, right?
goal number one is take your lifestyle exactly how it is right now. No changes, no upgrades, just your current lifestyle, and getting to the point where you can afford to do that for the rest of your life without needing anything from anybody. Once you can do that, then yeah, start up. Now you can start upgrading, right? But trust me, just live humble and live within your means for as long as you possibly can. Because the last thing you want to do is be sitting at the bottom of the bear market in your Lamborghini doing the math on what that would be in Bitcoin if you hadn't spent it on some dumb shit during the, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and then stepping outside and having your hands up saying, yes, Cassie is inside the car. Yes, she's one.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
I'm not scared of you, Carlos.
Oh my god, it's for sure. In the end, it's I think for a long time I was doing it because obviously it's get rich, right? Everyone wants to get rich, and then you sort of have to remember why you want to actually make the money and what it's going to do, right? And then everyone has the different reasons, but in the end it's just freedom tokens, right? It's just the ability to do whatever it is you want to do without any actual hindrance and stress of
I'll tell you how
whatever
for me specifically, and it depends on your priorities, but for me specifically, I got rid of the debt, right? I got rid of my debt. I remember I threw a party, and I can't even call it a party because I think I probably had like half an ounce of bud and a couple beers. But that was the best party I've ever had in my life because that was the I'm broke party, right? That was when I went from being underwater to just being broke. I don't have shit, but I don't owe anybody on the planet one single
Hell
cent.
yeah. That's the best.
That shit felt so good, bro. That, like, if you're not there yet, get there. Like, I promise, that feels amazing. And then after that, after I had somewhere to live, then it was take care of some family, right? So I'm set now. I can live within my means how I'm living now for an extended period of time. Then I had some family that had some issues, had to take care of family. So one full bull run sort of went to taking that sort of stress off of my shoulders. Because you're doing shit for family, but at the end of the day, you're making your life more stress-free, right? Because these are people that depend on you, and if they're not taken care of, then how do you go chill somewhere with your feet up? You know what I mean? Like, so this bull market now is mine. This is my greedy bull market. This is my bull market where everything I make is to do with whatever the hell I need to do with, and people that I care about close to me, whatever, obviously. But yeah, so but that took years. Like, it took years. Could I have just said screw everybody else and been in a different position right now? Of course. But like I said, it just depends on your priorities. For me right now, I sleep like a baby. A couple other things that need to be taken care of, but for the most part, it's all gravy from this point forward. Knock on wood, inshallah.
Yeah, for sure. No, man, no, for sure, man. I think that's a great way to approach it. It's definitely when you first get there, you're trying to do it all at once. I mean, I know I have, right? That's definitely it's like, well, I could just retire my entire bloodline in this one bull run. So why not try?
It's so it's amazing the potential of being able to get your time back, because when you don't have this kind of investment vehicle, you have to give your time for a 9 to 5 to just get by, like to earn a living.
Yeah.
You have to give up all of your time, like 40 hours a week, whatever, to get by. But this is like, okay, you can jump in the fast lane and bypass all that.
Yeah,
you don't have to do that. There's another way. It's pretty
for sure.
cool.
And I
You
think
just gotta
yeah.
you just gotta remember not to try and rush it. You don't try and do it in a week or a month. It takes
Yeah, I
some
think that's the
patience.
problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the issue.
Yeah.
But some people, because the thing is, it's like Dbloc said earlier as well, right? Like crypto is 24/7, but that can also be like a blessing and a curse. It's I remember 2021, like DeFi summer, like that era. That was like, man, I was sleeping like 3 hours a night max, and I wasn't even waking up because of an alarm. It was just either straight adrenaline, because it was literally just I used to just like wake up and be like, have we gone to zero? Have we dumped like 70% across the board? Okay, we haven't. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right, we're still okay. All right. Or it would be like I'd have the ticker in the background and just hearing like some big buys or some big sells. I had like a certain indicator from one trader on YouTube, and it was just I used to have like pump beat or dump beat. So if I used to hear like a big pump beat,
I remember that. Yeah,
yeah,
dude.
I was like,
Oh,
shit. Oh, what have I done?
oh, the Bogdanov twins.
Man, I
Yeah,
remember what
Yeah.
was the damn, there was an exchange. It's one of the early futures exchanges, and every time you moved your stop loss, it would go blue-de-doop,
KuCoin, I think.
blue-de-doop. Bro,
yeah, I remember.
I remember going to sleep and with the Discord on, right? And then just being like halfway asleep and hearing blue-de-doop, 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 blue-de-doop. Everybody just panicking and moving their stop losses. What the fuck is going on?
Literally. Oh man, it's chaos, man. It
Nah,
was.
it's the best, bro. Going to sleep in
Yeah,
a long during the bear market, waking up in cold sweats, running to the monitor to see if you've lost it all.
Oh, that was the worst part of degening as well, right? Because it was a bunch of we're sitting in the chat going, yeah, can I go to bed with this? Probably not. Let me close it. Like, I'll sell. Because it's all just like spot ultra low caps. And you have a wake up to going 1000x and you're just kicking yourself. Or, it dumped and you're like, okay, good decision. Right? Or the inverse of that. And man, that was like something. Not having stops on some of those basic stuff because it was all like just on chain like swaps. I mean, we had 1 inch back in the day, but 1 inch was not that reliable for the stops.
It's the walk away test, right?
Mhm.
If you can't just make your trade and walk away, go make a sandwich, or go cut the grass, go wash the car, right? Without panicking and having to look at you're either over leveraged, your entry sucks, or you're overexposed.
Or it could be all three.
Yeah,
Or
most
it's
of
a
the
scam.
time it
Man,
probably is.
I've been
Or,
overexposed for like 10 years.
or it's a scam, and some of those things were definitely scams. I can assure you, they were scams. But it was a microwave time, and it was not replicable. That was the thing I was saying as well when I had a conversation with somebody else in here. I think the other day it was like, again, right? So we said that it breeds bad habits because of the sort of early success you get, but also you get a bunch of people who have a good set of skills and a good muscle, right? But when it eventually runs out, like they sort of don't have anything to turn to, right? You can't replicate their success from one cycle to
Nah,
the
you
next.
can't. That's
Yeah.
the problem. That's the problem with memes.
Yeah.
Problem with memes is that meme success leads to a trap, right? Because now you're developing a trading style that you literally can't do on a mass, or you're gonna lose it all.
Yeah, for sure. It was like narratives and trading, just like market psychology is what I leaned super heavily on earlier on. And it was able to work actually. It was actually able to work very well because of the environment we were in. Like information, it was harder for information to travel. Crypto Twitter wasn't as prominent as it was now. You know, narratives and different coins and different sectors would cycle a bit more predictably. And I'd say now it's like much harder, at least at some of the levels that I was doing that, because everything moves just even faster. Like and information is almost instant, and just everything is just like that much harder to the point where, like, yeah, like I have what you could say some like a set of skills, but are they as effective? I would say no, they're nowhere near as effective now as they were in 2021 or 2018. That's why like now I'm just like, well, to trade it. Like you should have been learning a lot of this like years ago, and it's not too late. So why not actually just like really buckle down and just learn the stuff you always should have been learning?
That's what I try to tell people, man. I'm like, you can go after the fast buck if you want, or you can go after the, oh, I'm copy trading this guy and he's super good. All right, cool. Make your money. But when that guy leaves in 2 years because he's made all the money he needs and you've learned absolutely nothing, then you got to start,
On the from the trapped longs to the bottom of that trap shorts. You know what I'm talking about?
From the who to the who? From the longs to the shorts? Or from the longs across the tops?
No, the longs to the trap longs to the trap shorts. Like a
You said a
descending
descending
parallel
channel.
Yeah.
Which way you want me to go?
Okay, so what I meant was the trapped longs or the trap shorts are the bottom of the channel.
Okay, yeah, so across the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, not that far. Not that far, really. I was thinking just from the first high to the second high.
There.
Yep. And then if you scooch it up a little bit so that the trap longs to the bottom of it. So is that not a bull flag right there? Like,
I mean, the only bottom touch that you have is your entrance touch. I honestly like this one more. Because at least you have a good touch at the bottom. Now you got 2 solid touches. 2 solid touches, 2 solid top touches, and you sort of peeled out, retested now.
so what do we
Still
have for
bullish, it's
measured
just
move?
cleaner.
Yeah. I'm just saying measured move. You can
Measured
essentially
move
take
is
that,
stupid. Yeah, the measured move is the
that
one.
last measured move and copy it.
Yeah, a little bit less, but measured move would look like 121.
Yeah.
But remember, that's the road. This is the gas. So you've got a road paved to 121 too, but the gas only really takes you to 119. 120, which is sort of that false move up that we're looking for.
So like
So maybe that's
119.5
what the
is
swing, maybe that's where the swing failed. Excuse me, sort of comes from.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Just a slightly higher high, but then I'd get rid of all the shorts.
Yeah.
They finally give up, and then we have a proper retracement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I just hope people don't keep shorting after this.
Well, from the looks of it, remember I told you keep an eye on the bears, right? How far they come down into the weekend trap. They're pretty well exposed right now.
I'm just so scared that this thing's gonna take off, and then I'm gonna miss my alts. Phone.
Then buy them.
But I guess it.
I mean, let's think about it for a second, right? Like, what's your downside risk on your alts? Like, I'm not talking for everybody, but if you're anxious and you're stressed out over this shit, what's your downside risk on alts here? You think alts drop another 60% again, the way they did? Probably not, right? Your risk, your risk is probably
the bigger percentage.
Your bottom risk is probably 15-20%, something like that. Let's be extreme. All right, let's be extreme and say your bottom risk is a 50% drop from entry. And I'm not talking about I'm talking about spot positions, right? We're talking about long-term holds, long-term spot positions for the top of the bull market. You got a 50% drawdown. That hurts. Obviously, nobody wants a 50% drawdown. But compared to the top side, which is 3x, 4x, 5x, I would take those risks every day.
It's just so like all those times it's like, okay, well, I could have got double the points if I waited.
Yeah. Stay if you buy a little bit, it takes some of the sting off. I promise you, bro. The percentage is a different amount for each person, right? For me, it's 10%. If I buy 10% of a position, like let's say, I want to have a certain amount of money in as a whole. If I buy 10% of that position, it takes the edge off of what if it goes? Is it time? It's not time. Takes it out of it takes the stress off, and it puts it in my portfolio so it's in my face. Every day I have to look at it. And the chances are that I'm not going to miss it, because if I see it one day up 5%, the next day up 10%, and that, it's different than just having it in your chart on your watch list somewhere. Maybe 3 days go by and you don't check it. Like, how many times has that happened? There's a coin you've been dying to get, waiting for a retracement, and you took your eyes off of it for a second. Even if you buy the most minuscule amount, right, and just use it as a placeholder in your portfolio, that helps. For me, anyways. There's some positions in my portfolio right now, micro cap alts, that I probably have like $4 worth. And it's just so that I don't forget that I want that,
I do not go waiting my stuff. I don't have a downside risk. Like my coins either go to 0 or they move. If they go down, I buy more.
You got to weigh out the risk of getting in and going underwater versus the risk of this thing taking another leg up without you.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying.
That leg up hurts, man. It hurts.
Especially when you waited for a long time.
Yeah.
Look at Bitcoin during this run real quick. Check this out. Because I think this is important for people to see. And let's put it on the weekly. Let's put it on a weekly. Or actually, not even. Put it on a monthly. Over the last 2 years, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. We'll call it 9. 9 months. 9 bullish months. And actually, if we put it on a weekly, it makes a better point, because most of those months weren't necessarily bullish. They just had, So let's say you played the in and out game. You had 1 week here, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4, 5, 6, about 7 weeks. If you missed 3 out of those 4, 7 weeks, your portfolio is feeling it right now. Specifically this one. This is the one that hurt. You got left behind here. You never got another opportunity. Like, not only did you have to buy higher, but you had to buy significantly higher. So you really only had 1, 2, 3, 4. You only had 4 or 5 periods. We're in the 5th period now of strong upward movement, right? Of strong pump.
Yeah, it's not worth fading at all, man.
I mean, you better know what you're doing. You better be really good. Because that's a 65% move on Bitcoin, and then we had the 61% move on Bitcoin. 90, that was our ETF. Another 90, that was Trump. And then now we're moving on our last. But yeah, it's not very difficult to miss out on that, especially if you walk away.
Yeah.
I mean,
Doesn't last.
it's easy to walk away if you bought and just held. But yeah, no, it's not that I don't have.
No, and I'm not even I'm not even talking about you anymore at this point. It went into something else. But real quick
No,
before
I'm
you
just saying.
before
I just thought
you
I'd clarify that.
yeah before you finish, remember here, Bitcoin's why is that gray? So here, Bitcoin's dead, right? Everybody's social media is laughing at you for getting into Bitcoin. Then it pumps. Then they hear about it and they come and they buy the top, wipes them out, they get out. And then it pumps again. Right? So when it pumps again, they hear about it, they come in and they buy the tops. You go into your sweet liquidity. They get scared out. Crypto's a scam. I should have known the whole time. And then it pumps again. And then they come back.
Where's that guy Punisher?
Then they come back and you got the longest Bitcoin consolidation, downward consolidation in history, followed by a break. They get shaken out, pumps again. Trump comes in. Trump is in. He's going to change the world. They buy the top again, drops. They leave, pumps again.
Yep.
And
That's
we
by
keep
the way, that's
asking, where's retail? That's where retail is. Retail is dead.
Getting wrecked.
Retail's been getting wrecked this entire time. Anybody bold enough to come in has been getting wrecked.
Facts.
It's call me bold.
No, it's rough, man. It's rough. Like the volatility is not for everybody. In fact, it's for very few. It's for lunatics like us. And I think even though people were expecting diminishing returns and diminished volatility, and we've not been getting diminished volatility, like we've still been getting violent moves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, if you're trading crypto, there's something different about your brain. That's what I've come to realize.
You got to be a lunatic, man. You've got to have a very specific set of skills or a very specific mindset. You've got to be a bit of a glutton for punishment, right? Because most people they touch the stove and that's that, right?
Now you gotta love it, bro. You don't love it, you're not gonna deal with all this shit. If you don't love it, you're not gonna sit through the bear market. If you don't love it, you're not gonna sit through all the boring sideways time-based capitulation shit. Like, you gotta have a love for this shit.
I love this, coach. I love this.
I gotta just keep touching the stove. I'm addicted to it now. The pain feels good at this point.
Yeah, I think if you go into most people's like backgrounds or hobbies, right, who are into crypto, it probably is like, oh, okay, that sort of makes sense, right? There's something there that probably molded you to turn you into a person who's gonna put up with this.
I've always had an obsession about money flow, even before I really like knew what it was. Like I was, I say this all the time, but I was the kid that used to like write my name on the dollars before I spend them. Like the first time I received $1 with somebody's name on it, like I think that must have triggered it, right? And I was like, who was this? Where are they from? How'd this dollar get here? Where's it been? You know? So I used to write my name. I used to like tag up the dollars and bubble letters and shit. And just always, whenever I received $1 and change or something at the store, I'd always check to see if I got one of my dollars back.
Yeah, did you ever get one back?
No, never got $1 back. I was too young to understand why at the time. But I was from the project, so when we spend dollars in our community, they leave the community.
They go out. Yeah.
So my dollars circulated in somebody else's community. And those kids probably got to see my art and were like, oh, cool, look at this dollar, da da da. But every dollar we spend leaves, right? The store owners don't live in the community. They take the money, they take the profit, they, go spend it in their communities or whatever. But crypto, not crypto, but just trading in general, that's what it is, right? There's a current money flow. Like the money is constantly in motion. And our job really is to figure out, are people risky with it or are they not risky with it? And if they're risky with it, where's it going? Is it going to flow into equities? Is it going to flow into commodities? Is it going to flow into crypto? Is it going to flow into real estate? Is it going to flow into money markets? And then we position ourselves, you know, accordingly. But my obsession when it comes to that led to my digging in the market maker, like, but I don't think it's something you could teach. Like, you either interested in it or you're not, you know what I mean? Like,
No, for sure.
and it's boring shit. It really is, bro. Like, some of the research, you know, 3, 4, 5 hours worth of research, like, not necessarily
pays
fun
off, though.
if you're not. Yeah.
I guess they say, well, research aside, right? They say that good investments and good trading should be boring. Right? But I think that's maybe a hold up from trying to find other places, because it's not
Yeah,
really
they
boring
like
when
to.
you.
Yeah, they like to sort of gatekeep shit and say, you know, nah, you know, he's just a natural. He's a natural. No, you're gatekeeping shit. I 1000% believe that I can make a good trader. I don't think you have to be. I don't think you have to come with anything with any natural gift at all. Just being able to listen and apply. I
Like,
1000% believe that I can turn somebody into a profitable, long-term, sustainably profitable trader.
100%. Like, just looking at what you're doing alone, right? Like, even the way you plot these things out, graph everything. It's like, it's so visual and so, honestly, so easy to understand. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's due to the Discord. I have to give a lot of credit to the Discord for my visual training style. Not only that, but being able to explain high-level concepts to brand new people, so that not only it makes sense to them without having to go through the 2,000 hours of pre-explanation you know what I mean? Like, having it make sense to them while at the same time still being able to hold the attention of experienced traders where it doesn't sound elementary to them. That's a challenge. But that's made me sort of, you know, like, you trade for a long time. You don't have to put any of this shit into words. Like, you never really have to quantify why you do things. Having to say it out loud and having to explain it over and over and over has sort of really, like, solidified my strategy. Where before it was like, a lot of it was intuition or what felt like intuition until I had to put it into words. And I'm like, no, this isn't intuition at all. It's this. You know what I mean? This is what I'm seeing. It's making me. So that's cool. I would have never looked that deeply, I think, into my TA if I didn't have to explain it to other people.
Yeah, it's like a mantra.
I mean, I've asked you this earlier, but how did you manage to get out in December in Bitcoin? Like, dominance was below 60, like you're saying. Everybody was like, this is the big thing. I mean, how did you change it? Like, you were the only one.
How did I missed the last part?
How did you sell and all your alts and get it back into Bitcoin at that point? Like, in December, the hype was unreal.
For me, it was ETH BTC. Right? ETH BTC hadn't come all the way back down. Right? Where were we? In December. All right. So this accumulation range here. Right? We had started going into this accumulation range. Oh, wait. No, this isn't. It's here. January. Where's December? December. Here. So these are our December candles here. This is November. We had a small sort of accumulation. There was just weakness there, right? And we weren't at any sort of support for ETH BTC. And we just got news that Remember, that's around the time that we got news that they took it from 4 expected rate cuts down to 2. So it just didn't look like the alts were ready yet, right? But I thought there was a possibility I could be wrong because everything was so hyped because of the elections. So for me, the way that I sort of made peace with that was I took profit from my alts and I bought BTC with more than 60% of it. And then I kept some on the side to buy BTC on the dip. But I protected myself against being wrong by buying BTC because if we would have just taken off and, you know, gone, I knew BTC was going to outperform because the alts hadn't got to that point where I had to worry about them outperforming yet. So that's really just what it was like a defensive play.
I mean, but the dominance was almost like what, 55% at that point?
Yeah, dominance was coming down and dominance was looking good, but without a rate cut, and we were still in QT. That was also around the time where we thought they were going to end QT, and instead of ending it, they just like reduced the, you know, they reduced the amount. And let me show you on the chart real quick. Another thing that was an issue to me was the structure, right? So let me see that. I think I set this up correctly. All right. So we already saw the structure here like this, but let's, how do I turn that off? All right. All the rectangles here. All right, give me a second. Let me turn it. Here it is. This is the one. All right. So we'd been repeating this same sort of fractal over and over. Easier if I use the bar pattern. Right. So this structure here, where we'd pop up, consolidate, liquidity sweep, go into a bull flag, and then pop up again. Right. So we did that here. Sorry. We did that here, and then we popped up again. And if you stretch this out, we did that here. You see it? Consolidate, liquidity sweep, bull flag, popped up again. My bet was that that was going to continue, right? So if we turn the legend back on, you'll see we were at the point where we were consolidating and a liquidity sweep was coming. So for me, it was to get out of the way of this liquidity sweep. Like I knew it would drop, and looking at, you know, all the other sort of monetary policy, I knew the alts would get hit harder than Bitcoin. So for me, it was getting out of the way of that, and my intention was to buy back in at the bottom of our liquidity sweep range. It was a very big move, man. This is a 90% move on Bitcoin. You know, and we just sort of had the same experience. Like we literally just came out of the same sort of deal. 90% up, super long consolidation.
So based on this, we are going to enter the consolidation phase right now.
Yeah, what we're looking for at this point is, let me this one. So based on that overlay, if we just want to take the simple one, or we could take a full one from the bottom. From the bottom, let's just do bottom to bull flag. Wait, let's go to the daily so that this is more detailed. All right. I promise this will make sense in a minute. Give me a second. So we go from the bottom of that consolidation just to the bull flag. Right. So that's our consolidation, our liquidity sweep, our bull flag, and then the move up. Right. So there, set there. Right. And then one more go up. See how well that fits. So right now we're in that. I'm gonna move it over so that it's in the right place. You see how we flagged out even in the same spot? Right? Move, consolidate a bit, take another hit, consolidate a bit, pop up. The news is late, DJ. The news has been watching our channel. We were just talking about. That's good. They need to get everybody on board. So yeah, so what I'm looking for in this blue box is a blow off top and some sort of bull flag structure that ends up failing. They're talking about this one right here, DJ. The hell is my silver? Oh. You tell that news source that they're late.
Man, those lows on silver, even in 2019 compared to 2010, kind of mad. $11 was $11 an ounce.
This last little liquidity sweep here was the move, man. Catching that.
That's a generational entry.
Yeah, $11 an ounce, $12 an ounce. Again, we look at a 3x in crypto and we're like, so what? What's the big deal? But metals we're talking about.
Yeah, like a 3x in the safest pair of hands on the planet is like, yeah, can't sniff at that.
Super chat. What are we looking for UK to save us, guys? Damn, my phone has been off this whole time.
Listen, the only thing you can rely on is for UK to screw you over. Like, even I don't trade that. And I mean, obviously, that's also because I'd have to get up early. But the few times I did do it, I was like, oh, right, that's why I don't trade this. I just went back to bed.
UK is slow, but it's steady. They tend to pick one direction and sort of stick to it. So like for new traders, I'm like, yeah, if you're gonna, especially if you're just starting to sort of trade leverage, it's a nice, calm sort of session to learn in. But yeah, there's not a ton of volatility, which
You know,
is why.
hilarious. Yeah. There was a time when I did do it, right? This is why I actually left the sour taste on off, because you are right. But I can't remember what it was. I think it got catalyzed by some kind of news, and they probably thought it was a good way to trap people. Like it was just like green candles, like just piercing the sky, and then just like dumped it like straight away. I was just like, wow, this is insane levels of volatility. And like you say, normally it's kind of like gentle, right? But it was I guess an anomaly at the time.
Yeah. Any alts sort of going off here, and pretty scared to move, huh? 8% on XLM. XLM is still doing things, doing some things. I don't know what happened to my older XLM chart.
Still at 8% today. Right.
The last couple weeks, yeah. Move. XLM is like XRP's computer sister.
Gang, coach. Gang.
No, do you remember EOS? That he took me back.
I mean, XRP did well, don't get me wrong, but pop up all of this shit. Oh. My bad. I forgot all about this.
Sure. You did say you used to draw, so.
Somebody, I don't even know what started this. Somebody in the chat said something about this structure looking like a beach chair, and I couldn't get it out of my mind.
That's cool. The big palm tree. The coconuts.
Listen, man, hang it in the Louvre. That's a work of art.
Yeah.
Servo, yeah, just I pulled different things from different places. Again, it was about being nosy. Like people told me for the longest, exit your positions on Friday. Right? Don't hold positions into the weekend. But they don't like tell you why. Right? And then even if they do tell you, well, it's just gonna range for the weekend, like they don't tell you why. Like I told you, I was the but why kid. I was that annoying kid. But why? But why? But why? So this, in my opinion, my humble opinion, I think I've gotten down to the why, right? The motivation behind it. But for the most part, it's a pretty well-known thing that you try not to trade the weekends. But this volatility, man, the volatility that we get from creating these traps is irresistible, bro. They bite every weekend. People bite every weekend. People bite every weekend. They get trapped.
New hourly candle. What's that? Midnight Eastern.
A new 4-hourly candle.
Hey.
5 a.m. here. What?
You pulled an all-nighter like me, kind of.
So my sleeping pattern is finished. Like I don't even. All I know, look, I've got one alarm. I'll tell you this right now for free. I've got one alarm, right? And it says NYO. That's literally it. New York Open. It's like,
All right.
yeah. So get up for that. Anything else is like, yeah, sort of a good
It is
idea.
a very influential time for crypto.
Oh yeah.
That New York session. No doubt.
Like anything else, I'll probably be sensible enough to sleep in time for it. But if I'm pulling all night, it's not doing anything silly. There's at least that alarm.
I didn't want to jump in earlier and cut anyone off, but the legacy 4 years on legacy is 6,500 hours. Convert it to a crypto 4-year cycle, 35,000 hours. That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Wow.
That's 5.35 times the amount of time.
Well, that means that if you've been here for 2 cycles, you've basically been trading as long as Clive.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody wants that.
You got the experience.
Listen, my thing, we were in another Discord, and not to talk shit, but this point always like sort of stood out. There was something that was called the 50K Club. Right? And if you showed the guy that you had 50K in your trading account, you got a little roll. It said 50K Club. And I guess the roll was supposed to mean that like when you spoke, people were supposed to listen to you because you had 50K in your account or something. That means nothing. That means absolutely nothing. First of all, what'd you start with? Let's start there. Because if you started with 150K and you're at 50K, that 50K club means absolutely nothing, right? 2, how many trades did you take? You know, did you turn 5K into 50 on the 10X on a, you know what I mean, on a meme coin or something? I think a way more valuable group would be the 50,000 trade club.
Yeah.
I don't care what your portfolio looks like. If you're still here today trading and you've made 50,000 trades, you have way more to offer than somebody with $50,000 in their account, $5 million in their account. The experience that you pick up in those trades, like you can't teach that.
You're making me think of James Wynn. He's probably part of that.
Maybe.
You need people like him.
I half feel like it's not a real account. I don't know.
Yeah,
it's
I've heard
It's
people
so
say that it's a
bizarre.
plant, like from one of the exchanges, like maybe Hyperliquid or
yeah.
something like that, right? To sort of
The
pump up
theories on
that.
him.
I have 2 theories.
Yeah.
I have, well, actually, I only have one theory that makes sense at this. But the main theory is dude comes in, makes a bunch of money on memes, has learned absolutely nothing, thinks that he can play those games over here, he's getting taught a lesson. Second theory is this is a serious money laundering operation. And they're trying to legitimize a large amount of funds that justifies losing those amounts just to cover it up with the inevitable winnings that he will have here, soon. Those are the only 2 things that make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because I'll lose.
What about
You'll give up 50 million to clean $1 billion.
What about those people that the influencers that would come out and go just before tax time? They're like, "Oh, I got hacked. They took all my crypto."
That's the modern version of I lost my cold wallet in a boating accident.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you better never find it.
Anymore. Yeah.
Don't worry, the IRS will be there waiting for you when you find it.
Yeah. Do you remember that Ian Ballina or Ian Ballina guy that used to make the
that
spreadsheets?
charlatan.
Yeah. Apparently he touted that he got hacked too. some point.
Yeah, he said he left
Yeah,
his private keys on his Evernote, and it got hacked or whatever. I was like,
You remember when that guy Shroud, what was it? That was his name, Shroud, where he hacked his, he rogue pulled his community, and then he said he got kidnapped,
oh,
and everybody was like,
Oh,
"Where's
man.
Shroud? Where's Shroud?" And then he posted that video. It looked like a hostage video where he's sitting on a floor, like apologizing to his community or some shit. Yo, crypto's a wild place, bro.
yeah, it's
It's not even
I've
old
seen
crypto. Like just 3 months ago, the founder of Zero, bro, that killed himself came back to life and was like, got you.
No. Jeez.
What?
Or Ben Armstrong flying to the Bahamas
Yeah.
to go like front Sam Bankman-Fried in his like apartment, like his building.
Yeah.
Like calling him out on the street down below.
That dude from Zero,
You can see his
bro.
parents.
That dude from Zero, bro. Gave me a term I'd never heard of before, and I had to look into pseudocide. Said no, I committed pseudocide.
Pseudocide.
Excuse me. I guess it's like when you just like fake it to see how everybody acts, and then you cut everybody. I have no idea, bro. Some new age shit. I don't know what the hell. You were identifying as dead. Basically, is what it felt like to me. Like he was identifying as dead.
Or DE/AD.
What is it? To see how people react or something?
I mean, yeah, it's that sympathy. People have done it before. People on social. It's not the first time, right? There's this guy I used to play. We used to play Call of Duty with for a long time, and he got in a fight. He was with his girl. He got in a fight, and he ended up getting stabbed 3 times and dying and shit. We had a whole funeral for this dude. We used to play. Now it wasn't Call of Duty. I'm lying. It was Second Life, which made it even worse because we literally had like a funeral. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then his sister came in. So I guess the story was she came in to get his stuff, which always felt weird. Like, your brother just died. What do you care about his video game stuff? You know what I mean? That's the last thing. Anyways, like a year passed, 2 years passed, and we're sitting in a group like this, just talking. Like the same sort of topic came up, and I start telling the story, and somebody in the group goes, "Wait, did he play football?" And I was like, "Yeah." Like, "Was his name so and so?" We're like, "Yeah, he did the same thing to us." Like, what?
Oh my god.
A completely different group of gamers, bro. Same dude, same story. And I guess that's what it was. Like, he'd come in under somebody else's account and then sat in the funeral and listened to everybody talk about how great he was and how they felt. It was just such a weird, like, twisted.
Yeah.
I guess some people just can't, don't know how to deal with confrontation, so they fake their own death.
I guess maybe, yeah, you burn your bridges, then you're like, all right, do over.
Right.
But honestly, some people don't look at social media like it's like they don't look at any sort of internet relations like they're real at all. Like, you guys are just people in a PC.
All just
Right.
Yeah.
All just faking a game and virtual. Yeah.
Yeah. You guys are just NPCs. I'm the main character.
I mean, problem with that though is that this, obviously it lacks like some of the things that obviously a real life proper interaction will have, but in reality, it's real relationships and real people. Like, can't really.
It is real people. Yeah.
It's why
100%.
people gravitate towards it as well, right? I mean, humans are social creatures who gravitate towards these social situations. If they weren't good enough, you probably wouldn't be here or wouldn't do it in some fashion. Like, I think everyone nowadays has got a group chat, like, or a video, like a video group chat or a voice group chat.
Yeah.
And it's like
Yeah,
basically the same stuff. Do you know what I mean?
My group chat is toxic as hell, bro. You guys, I will never. My friends, my homeboys. Oh my god, bro! What a horrible place.
Yeah, that's the one thing. There's always the classic, right? If the group chat gets leaked, we're finished. We're all
Oh
crossed.
no! It's a wrap, bro.
Yeah.
Does any of your real world people, Dbloc, know that you run this channel and have this Discord and all that, or is it totally
All right, so they know about everything, even the Discord, but a lot of them don't know about the channel. I thought
Yeah.
about that the other day, and I was wondering, like, why am I not, like, am I on
Yeah.
purpose not saying anything? And I don't think it's on purpose. I don't know. I've always kind of sort of kept those things separated. And these guys are already tired of hearing about crypto, bro.
It is good to keep it separated, man. I had my best, like one of my good friends in real life, like just jump into the YouTube chat one day. He's like, "Oh, what are you talking about?" Like, I was like, "Oh man,
Bro,
it's
no,
kind
it'd
of
be over.
embarrassing."
No,
Almost.
that's exactly what would happen. First of all,
Yeah.
they would come in here and troll hardcore.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly what they'd do.
Yeah.
But no,
Like you
so
guys
you
get
try.
the best. You guys get the best side of me. Like this is my forward facing side, right? Like when I
Professional
go
facing, yeah.
outside, it's different.
When you let your hair down.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing is, like, okay, if this was just me and there was no Discord, it'd be different, right? I'd definitely curse a lot more. You know, it'd be different. The humor would probably be slightly edgier, but the problem is in a community. Like when you run a community, you tend to set the tone, right? So it's like, well, if Dbloc does it and says it,
Yeah.
you know, then it escalates, and then it's like,
You gotta
well,
keep
and then
yourself neutral.
it just scales, you know, out of control, and it's like, yeah, we can't have that.
Yeah. You have to like remain bipartisan, neutral.
Yeah.
Like,
Or
yeah.
even with language, right? There's like some people can let a fuck out and, you know, at a proper time, oh shit, you know, some emotion, you know. But for some people, it's
Yeah.
literally an adjective and a verb and a noun. You know what I mean? And if you don't stop it, then it's like literally that's all you hear for an hour and a half. And then that's
Yeah.
contagious. Then all of a sudden it's just, you know, the last thing you want to do is get shadow. For me, the last thing I want to do is get shadow banned on YouTube search, because then we won't be able to find new people. We won't be able to help new people. We'll just be stuck with the people we have, which is cool. But, you know, we want to try to help as many people as possible.
Yeah.
Listen, I've been known to use a few big words in my life, yeah, but I also swear like a sailor. So it was a good thing that I spent a lot of time just watching the charts and listening to you guys say language over and over again, right? So I can then, prepare myself.
I just want you
I know.
guys to know that any pain that you go through internally having to watch your mouth I'm right there with you, bro. It is just as hard for me to control it.
Yeah.
We're in the crypto church.
The crypto church.
You know, you got to behave.
I think it's also good to keep it from turning into like a boys club, right? Because I mean, one thing I've noticed from all these groups is that if women are there, they don't really speak up, you know, for the most part. And it's because, you know, guys can be guys and it creates an environment. But also, like, I notice how many people from different countries, different religions, different time zones. So for us, 3 o'clock in the morning to be wilding out and talking about some crazy shit is cool. For somebody else, that's like breakfast with the family. You know what I mean? Like they're sitting there trying to keep an eye on what's going on, and you know, running the kids into the other room or something.
I used to do a lot of competitive gaming commentary, and that was like the first thing that I got taught. Like as soon as I grabbed the mic, before I even said a word, like the guy running the stream was like, "No swearing." I was just like, "All right, all right." And then I'm just sort of having to tiptoe around it. But it's it's a good thing to exercise, right? I mean, it's okay. We're slowly climbing, hitting those liquidation scenes up. It's an inevitability. So
ETH showing any life here.
Well, it's not showing death, so that's a start. Oh, okay. So the ribbon's holding its head underwater. Well, it's not great
Yeah.
news, but
Just going sideways.
yeah.
No real standouts. Losers. XLM looks like it's still moving. A little bit of action.
XLM's looking good.
I mean, I remember this thing just being boring at 11 cents, 10 cents.
Right.
Playing around my dot, but I need to jump back into Chainlink some more. Actually, I need to.
Chainlink's one of the few of the ETF narrative plays that I haven't completely filled back up yet.
Yeah. I think it's one of the few coins that, I mean, it's not like there are no sure things other than Bitcoin, but man, like.
This is my thesis on Chainlink. Banks are allowed to have their own stable coins now. They're going to use CCIP for that. They're going to use Chainlink for that. All these stable coins from all these stablecoin companies are using Chainlink. This Genius Act is about to push trillions through stablecoins. I just don't see how Link doesn't catch a bid. I think it's severely underpriced for how essential it is to crypto. Chainlink stops working, everything stops working for the most part.
It's also like TradFi bait as well, right? Like for the reasons you stated, but also just easy for them to sort of understand and buy into.
Yeah, it's a picks and shovels play.
Yeah.
What is Link doing? Link BTC is my issue. The reason that it's one of the ones I haven't completely gone into yet is because of this Link BTC chart. If I'm holding Bitcoin, trying to find a good time to buy Link, there just hasn't been. I mean, where was I supposed to, you know? And people look at Link USD.
Yeah, like $30 in Q4, right? That was basically its high, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Was it that? Yeah.
So people will look at this on the weekly and say, you know, well, you haven't bought your Link yet, and you know you're already, you know, it's already moved 50%, and you didn't catch the bottom. Well, it's like, really? Because in Bitcoin terms, it hasn't moved shit, and it doesn't look convincingly like a bottom at all. You know, and my thing is like I denominate in Bitcoin, so it's Bitcoin being used to buy Link, not USD. Only reason I've been waiting a little more.
Right. So it says 2021.
I'm shooting for this vector recovery right here at about 937 Satoshis.
And say in USD terms as well, it was basically ranging for like I don't know, it was like 2 years or something. It was somewhere between like $3 and $5 for years. And people were just like, this thing is dead. But as soon as there was any sign of life on BTC, the thing shot like 3x, like immediately. And that was like definitely a sign to me. I was like, right, yeah, Chainlink. It's definitely one of those things that when the time is right, it will explode. Like I'm sure they'll pump it when they need to pump it, but for now, it's kind of just meandering, right? It's kind of all over the place. But the PA is like quite predictable. That and like DOT, I think they're like quite predictable charts in terms of PA. Like when they start putting the thrusters on, they'll start to move. And at slightly different times, like DOT is a bit laggier.
Serval, yeah, I mean, I've got mental stop losses, yeah. But my coins that are in cold storage, they'll just stay there till we get to a certain price point.
Lil Wayne intro.
The closest we ever came to me getting rid of the long-term bags was when we came down to 49, right? Even though we sort of warned about this entire zone, so much shit has happened. It's like looking through a photo album. Like I have memories attached to some of these highs. So right here, right? This was probably, if I had to put it, I would say this was probably our best sort of play. Right, so we had this entire range from 60 down to 50. That was our ignore all the noise, don't fuck it up zone, right? And we were in this range forever. This is the longest consolidation Bitcoin's ever had. I was like, when we come down in this range, just ignore everything that everybody's saying. This is the one opportunity you have to make a move that other people aren't going to make. And there's no getting it back if you get it wrong. Right? So coming down here underneath, because I was targeting 50, right? We came down to 48.7 or something like that. The little bit of like hesitation and fear that I felt there, where it was like, okay, maybe something is going on here. All of that went away when I went on Twitter. When I went on Twitter on this day was where it was multiple influencers saying goodbye to their communities. Guys, we've had a good run. We made an amazing play. You know, we'll see you at the bottom of the next bull market. We're going into a bear market now. The bull market is over. Institutions cut our bull market short. It was fun while all that bullshit. When I hear crypto's dead, I automatically have to buy. So we popped up. We had our drop. And this is where I was saying, okay, people missed that 49. Miss 49 popped all the way up to 66. On this retracement, it's going to get front run. There's way too many people who missed out, who want to jump in, who were lied to about the bull market being over, pissed off about it, whatever. So this box right here, our front run danger zone, that's where we really came in clutch. Right? Came down into that zone. We had our weekend trap down there. Went heavy. And then, yeah, rest is history. That shit feels like forever ago, too. Like,
Yeah, people really were saying it was over.
oh my God, it's serious, too, with a straight face.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm not talking about just idiots on Twitter. I mean, I'm talking about macro TA guys that I used to respect their opinion on shit. Like with a straight face saying cycle is over. And I'm like, how are you saying this? Not only how are you saying it, because even if I know somebody's saying it just for clicks, right? I obviously lose respect for him. But I don't lose respect for the TA because I know you know better. But when like you're really sitting here telling me like, no, it's over, this time is different, da da da. Global liquidity is going absolutely nuts at the time. We haven't even started it. Just all the, you know, all the bullish catalysts that should have been obvious. All the macro shit, all the on-chain shit. I don't know. I don't know how so many people.
The one that you're talking about there, like I was close, but you know, really didn't hit me the way that one hit me. Like it just felt like, I don't know, like reading every article and everything, just like really just believing everything.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, no, you look online and you know you get the same flowchart of responses, right? When you got people saying, "Listen, that I can think of if I could just make a chart of them, right, or like a bingo card." There's oh, you should have been you should have been DCing out anyway. You should have been scaling out anyway, right? And you should have been doing better money management. There's I'm still long-term bullish, and they go, how long is that? Well, you know, like 4, 5, 8, 10 years, like bullish. They're like, I'm a perma bull. It's better to be a perma bull than a perma. Basically, all the stuff that like explains away why they're like, oh, it's the top, and I didn't realize it was the top. Now it's over. Yeah, they love it. It's nobody's wrong, basically, online, which is always something.
Yeah, Ghost. Trap is pretty sticky so far. No matter how many weekends we've been here and how many weekends we've seen market maker trap price, whenever I come in here on Friday and the trap is just setting up, right, where we're just setting up the longs and the shorts before CME closes, everybody's always like, this time is different. Like, well, we're not going to be able to trap this weekend. But they pull it out.
Yeah, last weekend was like the only exception. I think we broke up, right? We broke out of the weekend trap.
Yeah, but that's not that doesn't invalidate it. So the reason that we came out of the weekend trap last weekend,
We started early.
It was here. Yeah, well, we came out on Sunday, right? Sunday is when you're gonna have your false move. So we came out on Sunday. We freed our trap longs. We came back, retested the top of the trap, put in our false move, and then came to start doing our 3-day down, which got cut short by Powell resigning, not resigning, fake resigning, real resigning, whatever the hell resigning he did. Non-resigning, resigning, fake tweet resign. If we look at the weekend before that, we did exactly the same thing. And check this out. Weekend before had our weekend trap, false move, and then bullet out, right? Whoa, take it easy there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. What? So that was 2 weekends ago and last weekend.
It's just the last 2 weeks. Like they basically ran the same play. Now check this out. I wonder if this will stay. Flip it. Hold on. Let me test it before I waste my time. Flips it. Sucks. All right. Well, you can picture it.
Wow. Yo, that's crazy.
So look at this weekend chart. Oh, I can't flip it. Watch. Aha. Yeah. We have the technology.
Wait. So what do you show? That's the fake move down?
Yeah,
Coming
the
out the
only
weekend chart.
difference here is that we had a fake move down this weekend. This specific weekend. But you see what I'm cooking, basically, right?
Yeah, bro. I'm looking at this and I'm in disbelief right now.
Yeah.
Like what?
So it's part of the function of the weekly sort of liquidity cycle. The past 3 weekends have been pretty textbook. This weekend trap was a bit cleaner. Same sort of thing. Broke out, freed the trap longs. The only difference is it didn't come all the way back down. Still put in the high. Still retraced. This weekend trap was wonky. And we had a type 3 weekend trap that didn't have any longs or shorts trapped. So that one we literally just played by momentum, and it happened after the war news. This was Israel bombing Iran. That was the reaction to that. This was the reaction to peace.
That was a quick recovery too.
Yeah. But same sort of deal. Weekend trap, false move up, 3-day down, pivot. I mean, we've been running these things forever. They only recently now started getting sort of irregular, right? Which makes sense. Like we were saying a year ago already, I was saying, look, when the traps become a little bit less textbook, it means market makers losing control, which means we're getting more liquidity, which means we're getting closer to the time where things sort of go crazy.
So how'd you discover that? Like, is that you just like doing your research and playing around? Not playing
I
around.
mean,
but
like I said,
just trying things out.
one of the things that you learn when you trade is that, don't trade the weekends. That's one of the things they always say. Don't trade the weekends. Just get out of your positions on Friday, but they never tell you why. And honestly, most of them don't know why. It was told to them,
Yeah, I hear it all the time.
For me, I sort of just put it together because I was already following Market Maker. It's not my concept, right? I didn't develop the concept, but it put words to something that I'd already sort of figured out, the fact that they bring volume to a dead stop. Because I used to be like, does the weekend really just people being off of work, being, home, go do things with their family? Like, shouldn't that increase volume on something that runs 24/7? Right? It's not like we're legacy. Like, there should be some increase in volume on the weekends if it wasn't for the fact that degens were being trapped. And I don't even mean like I think outside people come in. Like during the weekend, you're a degen, you're going to be trading heavy. Problem is, if you get trapped on the weekend, you can't trade heavy. Right? Your position's trapped, your margin is trapped. And then I got into learning about market maker and what they get paid to do, what their motivations are, where their paydays are, what their responsibilities are, right? And you get into mean reversion, you get into order book rebalancing, And one of the biggest order book imbalances is leaving a CME gap. So then you start to put 2 and 2 together and realize, okay, well, that's why the algo is set to CME close, right? Market makers off duty for the weekend. Then that means whatever their algo is set to is going to be the most probable outcome of the weekend, which tends to be sticking close to CME gap.
Which is literally what it's doing right now.
Yeah.
To the T.
Yeah.
That's huge, bro. So how about when you retrace, right? Like, you know how you just retraced like the previous weekend traps and you were overlaying it?
Yeah.
You just, like, is that you doing your own research? Like, you just kind of see where patterns can fit and what repeats?
Well, I
Or
mean,
like, is that
for me,
something a
when I do
mentor?
the overlays, is just to show people when I'm teaching, when I'm showing them. I can see it. Like, I can see that the pattern is the same. Like, I don't have to do the overlay. I don't use them
Yeah.
predictively for the most part, you know. But if I'm
So you
trying to
see it.
show the concept of, you know, no, these weekend traps are the same, even though they might look different, they might have acted different, they might have moved on different days. You know, everything is, each one is a little different, but the bones of it, right, the structure of it tends to be the same.
All right. And since I'm already picking your brain here, I got one more question for you. So when you start your research for the day, right, you make a cup of coffee, you sit down,
Yeah.
I don't know if you watch the news or whatever. I always hear you saying dig into Twitter. So that's something I've never done. Absolutely hated Twitter. Clearly I'm going to start doing that. But I'm curious to know what's like your, I don't want to say like schedule, but I mean, like, what's your priority when you sit down and say, all right, let's start the day off and let's see, you know, what's kicking,
I
what's
look at
moving.
news first. I look at when it comes to crypto stuff, I look first at the major YouTube channels. I don't bother watching them or anything. My first thing is just scrolling titles. Do they got oh shit faces, red backgrounds? Do they got green arrows and thumbs up? I want to know what retail. Like, I'm trying to get my head on what sentiment is like right now. Right? Are the natives restless? Is everybody excited? Do people think we're gonna pump? Do people think we're gonna dump? That's sort of the base. And then I go into, and that part of that is going into Twitter and seeing what the buzz is, seeing how crypto Twitter is feeling, any major stories that came out overnight, anything like that. I look for unlocks, any major unlocks for the day, make sure I'm not holding anything that's got any unlocks coming up. Look to see if there's anything I want to buy that has unlocks coming up that I might be able to pick up the dip on or whatever. Then I go into more sort of on-chain shit, right? Like, what is the on-chain data looking like right now? How is exchange volume overnight? Stablecoin dominance, just, it's like a checklist, basically.
See what's moving.
When it comes to Twitter, the important thing though is delete your Twitter, bro. Whatever profile you have right now that you've been using for the last couple, whatever, keep track of your family, your buddies. Just don't delete it, but you need to start a new profile. You need to start a new crypto Twitter that has nothing on it except for influencers. And I don't mean influencers like YouTube guys. I mean like your VCs and shit, your KOLs, like the ones that when they talk about a coin, it moves, even if you think they're full of shit, right? Like, as I said, what we're trying to do is figure out what most people are thinking. So your Alex Beckers, your Elio Trades, the guys that got millions of followers, like those are the guys. And then you want to look at your sort of on-chain guys, and you'll eventually sort of build up a curated list so that every time you open that Twitter and you scroll, like, it's nothing but alpha there. You don't want it to get like corrupted, right? Because then you have to look through a bunch of bullshit, and then you get distracted too. It's impossible to do research on a regular Twitter when you got all the memes and funny shit coming up, and your buddy sending you messages or whatever.
All right, noted. Thank you.
Yeah. And just in case anybody's wondering, like, well, you know, could be anything, right? Like, it's not, how do we know it's market maker? Aside from it being the motivation, right? Nobody else has a motivation to keep. Traders want this to go as far away from CME as possible because one of the favorite trades is trading into that CME gap once it's left open, right? People love that trade. It's a super crowded trade. Traders love a trade that we can all sort of agree on. So it's not traders that are keeping it here. Exchanges don't make any money for the most part keeping it here. Right? They want to come through liquidations. Exchanges would love to just be volatile and come through all these liquidations. CMEs, I mean, market makers are the only ones that have the motivation to keep price at an equilibrium. And if you need more evidence than that, then let's look at every time that market makers stepped in the last 24 hours. Green stopping volume candle to trap shorts. Pink stopping volume candle to trap longs. Right? That set the bottom of the range. Green stopping volume candle to set the top of the, well, this set the top of the range here. But green stopping volume candle again to keep price from leaving the range. Tweezer bottom to keep price from leaving the range. Another vector to keep price from leaving the range. You see what I'm saying? Like the only time you've stepped in is to hold this structure. All of this price action between is just letting retail do whatever they want.
They're like the gatekeepers. Yeah, I see.
Like they're not going to control every movement, but if there's a plan, they'll step in on the pivot if they have to. Like they're not going to let you screw the plan up, right? Like they're not going to let you mess up their money. Unless enough volume comes in where it overwhelms them. And the only way you can overwhelm them is if you don't need them. The reason they were able to stop price here is because people needed trades to be matched. And they decided to match and decided not to match. And that's how you can, you know, control it. But when there's enough money to where you don't need market maker to provide liquidity, then things can go parabolic or, you know, dump out, same thing. But you lose that balance at those moments, which we love, right? Because we all want this shit to go parabolic. We can't have this shit go parabolic if market maker's still in control, trying to yin every yang, you know, trying to zig every zag.
So during the week, it's safe to say market makers basically go for the liquidity, and on the weekend they kind of just try to box everybody in.
It's a contraction and expansion of liquidity that happens during the week. So we'll run it forward and then we'll look back at another example. So market makers will farm liquidity while they're inside of the weekend trap, right? So not only are they keeping price next to CME while they do this, but they're building shorts and they're building longs. Right? So your liquidity is building up. So they'll typically go through to the highest liquidity, right? Take that quick payday, right? Cash in beginning of the week, and then they'll set trades on the way down for your 3-day retracement and grab all that bottom liquidity. Right? At this point in the cycle, market makers pay themselves on both. Right? You're 4 days deep into the week, both sides have been swept. The board is clear, and then you have your midweek reversal. Your midweek reversal comes up and either sets your trap long or your trap short, depending on what direction, right? So let's say midweek reversal's up, sets your trap long, which is what we have here. And price comes down, sets the trap short, we have here, and then comes back up and closes CME and goes back into a, you know. Now, the reason that price can move even when market makers sort of providing this balance is because it doesn't have to play out like this. Like your 3-day retracement could come down to there. right? And your midweek reversal could end up going to 120K, you know, like we saw. So you can still scale up, scale down. The cycle doesn't, or the pattern doesn't restrict movement. It just gives you an inclination of what the direction's going to be when the market maker's in control. And that's the weekly pattern for market maker. And then the daily pattern, or the intraday pattern, is the W rise retrace pattern that we trade. Right? Market maker comes in at the bottom, gives you a higher low, and you get one rise, retrace, second rise, retrace, third rise, retrace, and then he puts in an M pattern, and then you do the same thing in reverse. Right? And just like the weekend trap, or just like the weekly swing, this pattern can end up down here, you know, with this end being way up here, or your last W could be way down underneath. So it doesn't restrict direction. It's just the flow that it takes, right? It's the rhythm that price moves in.
Dbloc, being that this is the I guess you say what the first weekend trap since we broken up here, would this zone be a zone you would watch out for the next couple of weeks, like us coming back to it like on the weekend, say like the following?
Yeah, we want to, the good thing about weekend traps is because we're moving sideways for so long, we build that support. Which is why I say, like, the goal is to have every weekend trap end up higher than the last weekend trap. Right? Above. This weekend trap's a good example. This weekend trap, we put in that resistance, came up, dropped, came back, and when we came on this weekend trap, we ended up at the top of the last one. Right? That resistance created support for this one. And then we double bottomed off of that support, off of that SR flip from the top of that trap, and that's what ended up sending us. So without doing this, like without trapping like this, you don't build the sort of structure that you need to push off of. But the same thing counts for when you get stuck below the weekend trap. Right? When your weekend traps start falling below. Why is this weekend trap box so big?
Wait.
I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay, this is the weekend here. Hold on. This is the weekend here. Saturday. All right, Sunday. All right, so that's the weekend trap. That's the trap shorts. Came up, freed the trap. Okay. All right. Wondering why the hell that looked like that. I guess in our insert news box here, we can put Powell resigns, right?
Yep,
Question mark.
I mean, it's yeah.
Really surprised they haven't just come up and cleared all those liquidations, man. It just shows you how little sort of interest there is right now.
Yeah, I got my liquidations on. It's just there's a whole little group of them to snag right above, just wicked, but they just keeping it tight. Do you use a directional bias on your liquidation levels, Dbloc?
No, I don't. I want to see it all. I think what it does, because you know there's a limited amount of rows that it'll give you. I guess just by the code, right? So if I'm not mistaken, I believe the directional bias will show you more of them in the direction that you're facing.
Yeah, I think there's 400 lines. I think you can up 500 is max.
See, but it's weird because we're facing down now and the directional bias turned off some of the look. Yeah, I've always kept it off. I don't like it. More data, yo. I need more data. Not less. Let me see what this exchange volume is looking like. All right, get off.
I see we're at the phase where ETH pullbacks destroy everything in sight. Oh yeah, I see. Yeah, dominance is creeping up as well. Lord.
All right. Let me see. Research. Yeah, look at this thing, man. This shit is ugly. Look at these daily exchange inflows. How do I expand you? There you go.
Yeah, 'cause
It's so big
going
though.
through like we're like kind of like you got like some historical lows for like exchange volume and whatnot, and we're all-time highs. Like
Yeah, this is crazy, bro.
just think if we actually had somewhat of a decent move with exchange volume, you know.
Yeah, I mean, what is important to notice is that so you see, like we've run flat and everything, and we haven't popped up yet, but very similar to here, right? But then it comes all at once, right? It's not like a slow grind up, like the exchange volume just pours in all at once. The problem is until that happens, your alts aren't going to sustain any moves. There's nobody here to buy them. There's nobody here to buy them, and the people that are buying them aren't patient enough to hold them, right? Like we've been rewarded so much for taking profits and switching narratives, like going to the hot thing during this bull run, that nobody holds anymore. So people buy, and then if people don't come into exchanges and buy so that it pushes price up, they end up selling. So until this volume picks up, chances are alts don't catch a bid. I don't want this crypto muse. Like, you're taking up my whole chart. How do I get rid of this shit? Can't be what they want the site to look like.
Let's see.
All right. Speaking of, I'm late to do a little research. If you are gonna be on Twitter, sort of doing daily research, be aware. At least in my opinion, I can't prove this, but at 12 o'clock, everything's getting buried lately. There's just so many bots posting and so many AI agents posting, and they're all set to post their first post on a new day. That if you don't do your research before midnight, um, you have to dig forever, right? Shit ends up getting buried. Yes, this whole structure is bullish. Let me draw it out. I had it drawn out earlier. I just didn't want to. I don't expect it to break during the weekend, so I didn't want to clog up the chart with it, but that's what we're looking at right there. Broke out, retested, but probably still just going to cut sideways for the weekend. Unless we see the tape light up. All right, I'll be back, y'all.
All right, pimp.
Yo, Pump Fun coin is launching today. decoding. Come on, Bitcoin. Up. Up. Go. Go.
Did y'all see that? Exactly at 4:03 in the morning, we got the pump right there. Ha.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing isn't moving. There's no price action.
I don't know if it's just me, but BJ, if you're talking, you're like coming through real fuzzy. But I may just
Okay, thank you.
yeah. So I haven't heard anything since you talked about that pump at 4:03.
Right. So here's what I'm looking at. We need to close candles from now above this white ribbon, and the start of that was, for me, what I had timed out was at 4:03, and that's exactly what happened. It was to the dot. I mean, it couldn't have been any closer. So then we have an issue with 10:27. I'm trying to talk quietly because my granddaughter is sleeping. But at 10, did I write it wrong? It's supposed to be 10:50. Yeah, 10:57 here in the morning. We'll be on this edge, and I need those candles not to be below this line. If we dip underneath here at this point, for this 864. Okay, so right, so the plan is that we need to cross 118.080. And where's that marker for 10? Okay, so here's 1024. That's when when this candle opens or has the next candle comes out. Okay, so we need to be up here and here. So what we have is a diagonal descend and an upset and an ascending convergence, and it's right in here on this line, and this this line right here going through the middle is the difference between our candle at 10:23, and then at 10, what's that date? 10:24. 10, did I say 10:24? Here's 10:24 a.m. So what did I have? Did I just mark that wrong? I'll have to go back and look at it and see if I marked that time wrong. But here is the 45-degree through that. And so this note, the 30-minute candles, they need to be rising along this edge. So we meet our overhead resistance up here at 118.3 by this time. So this is the crossbar. And then see the you have a rise at that point right there. And that's from the 864-minute time frame, which is what I'm on. It's 5 EMA, should be going up this way. And it started back here. And that's where we get these arcs from this turn on this time frame. So that's meeting the 69-minute and below on this edge here, that candle that just started at 4:03 in the morning. So we're working on going this way, and we want to cross this line, this ascending line there at 118,924, and then for continuation to 119, between 119.2 and 119.5. If we fail here, then we can come down to this edge underneath that 5 EMA dotted line. So in between these arcs, right there. So this is going to become what we need to look at for time between now and then. Are we rising, and are we above this channel? And then are we at this bottom point where we can fall below that 5 EMA? I have to get that actual. Should be right through. Oh, I just moved. So to put it a little more simply, we are trying to rise up over this arc, and we want to rise up over it by this time on this triangle, like this. So our bullish scenario would be to make this rise not between now and before 10 a.m. and cross 118.4 here. And then see here's your upper overhead resistance on this time frame. So we want a candle that just began right there to close up above 118.80, and preferably over this overhead resistance at 118.4. Then
Yo,
again,
BJ, sorry. 18.4 the resistance, not 18.100. Oh,
first of all,
18.191.
our overhead resistance is at 117,830, and then on this, see this little dash line right there. So here's our targets: 117,836, then 118.36, then 118.80.
Yeah, basically that's the weekend trap, right?
Yeah, right up here. We want this little triangle right there. as close to this this angular on the ascending as possible into the green. And then the 118,670 and above coming out that way. So that's our bullish movement this morning. And then our neutral would be to hold this line above 117.6 and 117.568 with a potential dip to 117, like 436 and 360. You don't want to come under 360, 318 right there, this descending line there. So this little corner right here we need to preserve, otherwise there's the break, because here's that arc. The arc follows that line down into this channel here, and that brings us down to the between 115 or 117.3. Then you have this line at 116.8. Then it falls apart at 116.548 down to that underneath that 5 EMA line here. So that would be 116.302. Right there. I have to hold that because right at this point right here, right now, that's where that 5 EMA is on that time frame, and that's 116.088. So that candle may dip down to, as we move through time, and price moves up. If it comes up this way, then this 5 EMA that's sitting here is going to ascend probably to this position, which would make that potential pullback to be here at 117.2 later on this morning, right there, because this is the potential ascending movement of that EMA if it just moves directionally this way. If we get this lift here, that's going to go up higher to about this black line. So if there's a rounding, then that point will be here along this ribbon rather than deeper. Am I making sense? I'm going to try. Maybe it's better to have the candles on. Because then you can see that. All right, so this is the reason. Here's the edge of this candle that started now, or that's in progress. This candle finishes at 10:24 this morning, and a new one starts. So that edge is right here. Now, if I put a marker right there, a time bar, it's going to be similar to what this cone is. So the new candle, when it opens, right, we don't want it sitting below here. So we don't want price to push down towards that 5 EMA, which is down here, right? See where that arrow is pointing? It's right there. Got it. So now what I want to say is we want this candle to fill upwards between now and 10:24 in the morning, so that the edge of it opens this way, and this movement here, and then this becomes the support line at this point.
Does that have a time range? Is
Huh?
that just until? Is that until tomorrow, or like how
I
long
have to
is
turn
that
my
gonna?
volume up because I can't hear you. Just a second.
Here you go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. What's the time range on that movement? Until tomorrow or tonight?
No, that's
Or like,
today. That's between
oh,
now
that's today.
and 10:24
Okay.
in the morning. See? That's
Okay.
that's
Okay.
why, yeah. So we don't want to fill downwards in this pink. We want to fill upwards towards the green. And then this this ribbon line being uh the objective, right? For that candle. So now let me just leave this like this and go to a smaller time frame. Okay, so let's go to the 4 hour. So see how that 4 hour looks so different. So here's the edge of the 4 hour candle right here and right here. And you see how you have the arc continuing down, and then I have a price target here of 117,302 right there. And then there's that ribbon, and here's that time bar, and here's this edge of this triangle, right? And then continuing down is the bottom of that triangle, and then here's the arc. So that arc, we now put, instead of candles, let's put this price. Okay, so okay, so here's the price marker, and then here's your bar for the 4 hour. Okay, so instead of us moving down this way here, I want that candle to open up above this arc. So that's why that 4:03 a.m. was so important, because I want this 4 hour candle that's going to be in progress from 4 p.m. or 4 a.m. to 8 a.m. So the new one is 8 a.m. Here's the time bar for that. You see where these arcs descend to? And then here's that, again, that 117,302 target. But on the other side, if we move this way, all right, the 8 a.m. candle could be opened up here based on the movement of our smaller time frames other than the 4 hours. So between here and here, this is the target, at least 118.4, because this is the ascending line that I want the 30 minutes that make up this 4 hour to end. I want it to end here so that the 4 hour opens up above here, above this white box. So above 118.80, because then, remember, this is 8 a.m. So then we have that 2 hours from 8 a.m. to 10:24, right? So while this 4 hour candle is in progress on this time bar, at 8 a.m., then we have that one that's opening at 10:24. And this was that 5 EMA line right here. So 10:24 is right about here on that next for the 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. candle is going to be in progress here on this 4 hour. So we want to stay above the top edge of this triangle and come up this way above instead of falling underneath down here. So now if we go down to the 15-minute, we'll see that if we've got bullish momentum to get us there. So what that means is we would have to cross over these arcs, these two, and shoot for this angle here above 118.044. So we're almost, it would be this one. So 118.1 to 118.164 on 15 minute. So how many 15 minutes do we have left? So that's by 5 a.m. So 403, so we're above that. That's good. We're gonna go this way, stay above this dotted line. Yep, there we go. We're getting a lift now. And would really like to be in this green triangle. So let's see if it does. So meanwhile, you can
Yeah,
see.
we better get that lift. I want to
Yeah.
take my nap.
Yeah, sorry.
No, I have sell orders right at your targets also. So
Okay. Sometimes it
why are
just
you
gets.
still awake? Why are you still awake, BJ?
I went to
It's late.
sleep so early because we drove through the night to get back home
Oh,
yesterday.
from the Beyonce concert?
Yeah. So
Ah,
I
nice.
was really tired early, and then I woke up, and so now I've been charting, and now I am getting tired though. I'm gonna have to go back to bed.
Mhm.
My grandkids came, so I'm gonna have to be on not tired when they wake up. Okay, so we want to bust over this. I should put that target there. And this one up here. Okay, so that's 5:15, and we need this movement done by, what did I say, 8? So where's 8? 6:15. So we're working on our ascending angular support angles. We're trying to leave behind this level. So you can see that we're waiting for the 50 EMA to come rise this way on the 15 minute. See how the 30 minute looks even better. So on the 30 minute, we look like we can get a nice move right to here. And so it's on this pole, 30 minutes. How much time do we have left? 2 minutes. Oh, we only have 2 minutes left in this candle. We want to open up above 117.895.
Did you say 875 or 895?
895.
Let me call some people.
Yeah, do it. So here's our, this red line is 118.191, this one up here. And remember, the goal is this orange arc, to rise above the orange arc here. And 24 is here, 10:57. Now, why did I have? Oh, we can hit the daily open at about 10:57 this morning. So, yeah, there's a possibility we hit that there at that time. I can't remember what candle that is, if it's on the 69 minute. Let's see. Yep, that closes at, look at that. Now that closes at 10:57 a.m. So 10:24 is where 10:24 is in between this 69 minute candle. Let's see the 42 minute. Does it close at 10:57? $10.42. Oh, interesting. 10:42. So 10:57 on that 10:42. So that time frame looks to be. Let's see where that. That's where. Okay, EMA right there. Be at the pivot point. We have to have some momentum, is all I know. Yeah, so that 116.7 is possible. Not as likely though. $16.2 and 116.094 would be in play here if we don't. Yeah, right there. Even 114.8 that we talked about the other day, 115.4 to 114.8. 115.2 is yesterday's low. So this point down here is still valid that we could reach it for 114.450. we could get momentum and burst over 118.6 to 118.8. So the next little bit's going to be crucial. There we go. We're starting. Five minutes. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make coffee.
Yo, what's up?
Oh, it's very pretty.
Hey, BJ, you're coming in fuzzy again.
Oh, sorry.
these huge buys. Oh my god. It's the same. I think it's the same wallet doing huge sells and then buying back again. But yeah.
What's up?
Morning, Rick.
How you been, mate?
We're just going sideways for a while. That's what the altcoins need, you know?
Yeah. Just got home from work. 3 dudes in hoodies came in and stole about $600 worth of stock. And just ran off into the night. Bastards. Oh well. It's not my money.
So how did they come in and steal the stock?
They just walked in late at night when the store's still open. No one's around, and yeah, 3 dudes. Pretty brazen.
Sometimes you just wonder why.
It's because they know that most retail in Australia has a policy of do not get in the way. Like, do not try to stop them. Do not, Why?
Yeah, I think we have some stores like that also.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like the company doesn't want to deal with the liability, like the lawsuit that would follow if one of their staff members got attacked or stabbed because they were told to stop them, told to stop, get in the way of the theft, or try and physically stop a thief. Ooh, bit of a correction here, bit of a slip back. Bitcoin on the small time frames, 15-minute chart, 5-minute. Liquidity event.
I kind of figured it'd be a good weekend for alts.
Yeah, me too. Like, if Bitcoin just sort of sticks it sideways for a bit longer for the rest of the weekend kind of thing, I think, yeah, some altcoins would surely love that. Fairly big candle compared to the last, like, 12 candles on Bitcoin. $16 candles on the hourly chart.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like it wants to go down much. It's kind of
So
crazy.
far, yeah.
Just actions.
Yeah. Just, decent chunky moves in all directions.
So, what exactly was the catalyst for this week's movement?
I think there was like a little report on it on Coin Market Cap. Let me have a look.
But I mean, really, we have news every day, and it doesn't move, and then we have, a fly lands on a piece of chicken, and it goes crazy.
Yeah. Well, there's something happening in the US House of Representatives on the 16th of July. Something pretty big, like with crypto. Let me look that up. I'll get you the what. 16th of
Yeah, I think
July.
it's supposed to be a big week. They said. Well, I think I seen a post from one of those guys about it would be a big week. I didn't know if it was the 14th or when.
Yeah. Crypto investors look ahead to policy wins propelling Bitcoin to record high. Starting on Monday, the House of Representatives will debate a series of crypto bills to provide the digital assets industry with the US. I'll read it out. Where was I? That was just like the beginning of it. Summary. The summary is US Congress to debate key legislation next week. Bitcoin hits record high on crypto optimism. Skeptics cite likely volatility ahead to warn of hype. So July 11, which was today or yesterday, crypto investors are betting that a slew of long-sought policy wins for the industry expected next week could invite new investment in the asset class. Those hopes helped propel Bitcoin to another high on Friday and gave a boost to US-listed crypto stocks. The Reuters Tariff Watch newsletter is your daily. Oh no, that's just it. Starting on Monday, the House of Representatives will debate a series of crypto bills to provide the digital asset industry with the U.S. regulatory framework it has long demanded. Those demands have resonated with U.S. President Donald Trump, who has called himself the crypto president and urged policymakers to revamp rules in favor of the industry. Trump himself is involved in several crypto ventures, including World Liberty Financial, a platform that his sons Eric and Donald Jr. run. Members of Congress are set to vote on the Genius Act, the Clarity Act, and the Anti-CBDC Surveillance State Act during Crypto Week, in quotes, as the industry's strained ties with Washington continue to thaw. The most significant bill is the Genius Act, which would create federal rules for stablecoins. Even if final passage stalls, the optics of legislative engagement are bullish, said Jag Kuna, head of derivatives at crypto exchange Bitfinex. Bitcoin's surge has triggered a broader rally in the crypto market, with strong and sustained inflows into the related spot exchange traded funds driving prices higher, said Nikolai Soundergaard, research analyst at Nansen. There you go. And then there's a whole bunch of just like price and performance reports of like Bitcoin. So yeah, man, it's just like to put it simply, it's a bunch of stuff is getting looked at by the Senate or the House of Representatives or whatever.